You know, I should go back through and label these, what we discussed, but holy caramba. I just don't have it in me. Okay then. Welcome to Hoof Chat, the anatomically correct trim. Research, teaching, getting together, having a good time, talking about hooves. That's what we're doing today. Okay, so the first thing I wanted to show you guys was Janet Eyre sent me this here. Look at that. This Nido ball. Remember last Hoof Chat we were talking about I hope this thing's working. Yeah, it is. We're talking about how the horse's foot is a specific size, but that hoof capsule can change sizes. But the foot don't change size, and so any place that the hoof capsule gets smaller, then you got this deal going on here. I don't know. See, that'd be like your horse's foot right there. Let's move all this stuff. And so it's a specific size, you know? And so let's see, I got a spoon here. So if you make this smaller, this capsule, it's going to pressurize this foot here. Capsule gets smaller. So you pretend my hand is the capsule. Okay, so as long as everything is the right size for the ball, the capsule has to fit the foot right here. When it doesn't, then you got pressure. See? Of course, I got the shakes. Not because I drink. although sometimes I could be driven to. Okay. I just have tremors anymore. No telling what. Could have been all that Roundup that I spread around. Okay, so see, that's the horse's foot. Oh, and see the red? See the red there? That's a good example because you'll see red in the hoof capsule. You know, it's got to go somewhere. And so, like if it's being squeezed, you know, anyway, that's the example. Like you'll see it squeeze out the top. That's your horse's foot with the distorted capsule. It's under pressure. And then you get your inflammation. You don't see it as much in the, whatchamacallit, in the pigmented dark hooves, but in the light white hooves, you'll see it a lot. Okay. Well, anyway, we're going to set that there. Thank you, Janet, for sending that to me. Yeah, that was a real surprise. Got that package, and it had this Nido ball in it. Pretty cool. Okay, there we go. Let's see here. Okay. So now, who's all here? Who wanted to look at their pony? That's somebody wanted me to look at their pony, that their Shetland pony that's foundered. Are they here? Was that any one of you guys? No. Okay. Okay. Well, let's see. What should we talk about today? Well, I just want to share with you again what's going on with my horse. You know, last week we talked about when you bevel the wall and the horn tubules are run forward and you're trying to bring everything back, how you bevel the wall and the bevel will come out within a day or two, to where it looks like you didn't even bevel. The wall will be level with the sole instead of beveled. And so, well, let me go here to my pictures. Second here. See where I started. Just a second. Okay, that's June 2nd. So this is it. Let me go up one. Okay, so it had been a while since I had trimmed. So we're at 5-6 weeks. Okay, now what was amazing was the amount of growth I got in 5 or 6 weeks.
Did you want to share?
Yeah, I'm getting there. Here we go. Just a second here. Okay, screen share. Okay, so now this horse, of course, I've been working on restoring his foot to what is anatomically correct after trimming his heels out for 10 years. And of course, the journey back has been a real learning experience, because at first I just thought, well, you just grow in heel wall. I had no idea that all this cartilage here could be bound down and around, and that the whole hoof capsule was made smaller by the way that I have been led to trim him. And this has been going on for centuries. Nobody's known it was even happening. When the farriers and the vets look at an x-ray of the horse's foot, all they see is that bone. Nobody ever pays attention to any of this back here. None of it, ever. And so, you know, basically, technically, I seem to have been the first one to notice this. And the reason that I finally noticed it was because of the process that I was going through and just trying to grow heel here. And so, then the foot starts to expand. And when you take hundreds and hundreds and, well, thousands of pictures, you start to notice little things like that. You start to notice that these are changing. And so what was found out through all this, through me, and then me sharing it with others, and then seeing they took lots of pictures, and then their horses went through the same thing. And collectively, we have gathered all this data that proves that what we are doing and what we are saying, because this is a we thing now. Maida started out with me, okay? I'm the ringleader of this cult, this cult of the anatomically correct trim. May have started out with me, but then other people glommed onto it, and what they did is just as important, because they prove it. You can't do like science and do random trials and stuff like that with just one test subject. I had like my horse, my pony, and a couple other horses I was trimming. Without everybody else, all of us together doing this, everybody contributing, everybody seeing the same thing, same patterns. See, it's patterns. We could not know this. I couldn't know this without you. See, just the fact that I had people to share with, that were interested. You know what? Every time we have a hoof chat, I learn something new. I see something in a better way, a different way, a little different way. I'll see mistakes. I'll see things I didn't see before, because there's no way you can focus on these feet for what shortest we go is like 3 hours, right? 3, 4, 5 hours. And then all those years of hoof groups, not just on Facebook, but we had a Yahoo Hoof group and had some forums, things like that. All those years of doing that, all those years of doing nothing but this, thinking about this, taking thousands of pictures, looking at thousands of pictures that other people took, you start to see patterns. And so it's been a journey just to figure out, well, what is the true foot of the horse? See, because at first you think, okay, we were led to think in barefoot trimming that it was that poster hoof, and stuff. That's what was put in our mind. Well, but there are other wild horses with totally different feet. And so getting the right image in your head, getting the right understanding of what is a horse's foot supposed to look like. And so when I first started realizing we were trimming the heels out and we've got to grow them back in, I just thought it was a matter of just growing this little piece of wall here. Okay, getting it to stand up. And then started noticing real changes in this cartilage here. And then in doing dissection, see, you think you have this idea in your head. See, this is really important because somebody in one of the comments on the group said, I keep hearing this saying or this term, the true anatomy. Does this imply that there's a false understanding of the anatomy? I thought, wow, that is really astute to notice that and to think about that, right? Because that is exactly what it implies. See, that there is a complete, whole, false understanding that is established in the halls of higher learning, right on down to the farrier. See, there is a false understanding of the anatomy that is established in the higher halls of learning. And so, to even come to realize that, do you realize what a big deal that is? Oh, somebody's trying to call me. It's my husband. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Where was I? Yes. I'm going to get going on that energy drink pretty soon, and we're going to be here a while. No, we're going to go through the whole history of the sordid history of hoof gear. Just to come to the realization that everything, except minor details, but pretty much everything that they teach in the halls of higher learning, in the higher echelon of education regarding the horse's foot, is false. And false, what's that mean? It means it's a lie. Are they lying on purpose? No, but a falsehood is a lie, right? So all the experts believe falsehood about the anatomy of the horse's foot, because of people who came before in the vet schools. That professor, I keep trying to remember his name, the nemesis of Bracy Clark. I'll have to think of his name. Well, he wrote a book, okay? And he put 19, I think it was 19 different rules in it. And out of those rules, there are so many falsehoods, right? But because that was the first vet school, and because he wrote a book on horseshoeing and put all this stuff in there, then that has just, farriers didn't know diddly squat about the anatomy to begin with. They had never done any experiments. They had never really studied the anatomy. Bracy Clark found that out. Okay, so then they never knew it to begin with. and they were crippling horses back then. Horses only lived to not even half their natural lifespan due to their feet. And so, so this has come down from generation to generation to generation, this falsehood. Why is that? Because it was established in a school. See? Because if you can get something in a school and you can put it in people's heads, even if it's a big fat falsehood and a lie, okay, then you can, that's the way you train people up. That's the way they think, and it blinds them to being able to see any truth anywhere else. Okay, and this is what Bracy Clark found out 200 years ago. And of course, he had a great difficult time because that guy, Professor Coleman, ooh, yeah, okay, he's like the evil guy in the Batman or the X-Men or the whatever. He's the evil person. Okay. Anyway, that Professor Coleman, he did everything he could to try and demean and slander and libel, all that stuff, Bracy Clark and his research. And Bracy Clark did not realize that till later in life when he, what do you call it when you redo a book? Anybody got that word? Anyway, he had a book called Revise. Yeah. Okay. He had a book, Hippodonamia. If you see the first version, he doesn't have anything about Professor Coleman in there. When he redoes it, you see him put all this stuff about Professor Coleman and the vet schools and how they did nothing but try and stop his research and keep people from believing it. Meanwhile, these people, these same people that were talking him down and all that stuff, okay, they were coming up with patents for shoes, coming up with their own books. You see what's going on there, right? Okay, so this error that crept into this school came down from one generation of vet students to another, dumb, right down to us today. And so there is a false understanding of anatomy in the halls of higher learning, and therefore in all the people that work on feet. They are totally blinded. Barefoot trimming was started by farriers who had a incorrect understanding of the anatomy from the get-go. See? And so then you know, if your basic understanding is wrong, then any conclusion that you come to will be wrong. So it's called doctrine and practice. See, we don't think, most people today don't think about the word doctrine unless it's in a religious context. All right. But you should, because all doctrine is a teaching that has become truth. And so it can be true or false. Okay. So these teachings in these schools are doctrines that are established in the powers that be on that particular subject. And that trickles down to the people that put it into practice in the, you know, in the applicable level of the trimming, the shoeing, fixing dealing with lameness issues, things like that. If you don't have a solid foundation of the truth of any subject, if the very foundation of any subject at all is incorrect, then you're going to have a very difficult time. You're going to have problems. You're going to have a difficult time in finding answers to problems and doing things correctly. See, in everything in life, every single subject has a basic truth foundation to it in how it's made, how it works, how it's put together, you know, the laws of physics, natural laws, arithmetic, you know what they're doing now, right? These crazy people that don't think there's any truth at all. They're trying to say now that 2 plus 2 doesn't really equal 4. It could equal 5. See? So no, it doesn't equal 5. It equals 4. And it will always equal 4. But see, people don't want to have a solid truth, a solid foundation a lot of times. So anyway, yes, there is a false understanding to the anatomy. I'm just going to show you a bit of that now. And then we're going to go back to his foot here. Now, what you're looking at here is 5, almost 6 weeks of growth, extra growth. Like last trim I did on him, see this ring here? I get these rings, and what I started calling them now is expansion rings, because every time his foot expands, I get a ring that grows down. Maybe not every time, but it's happened a number of times now that I can notice it. And so the last time I trimmed him here, now this is June 2nd. The last time I trimmed him here, this ring right here was just right up here, right about, let me see, let me just, right about here. Okay, so this is quite a bit. Wouldn't you say that this is quite a bit of growth in 5 or 6 weeks? See, because you know what they say? They say it takes a year to grow out a hoof. Well, I'm telling you, the writer, more correct, more correct the anatomy gets, the more unbound these bulbs get, the more correct the periopal band gets, the more this hoof will grow, the faster it will grow. In fact, the more you trim it, the faster it grows. And so, and you know, we can go back there to Alexander the Great. It is written, he wrote in his travels that the only time they had to stop in taking over the world, conquering the world, was when the horse's feet needed to grow. They had to stop for 2 weeks to let the horse's feet grow. And those were all barefoot horses. He conquered the world on barefoot horses. And of course, we are into barefoot horses, but we're not barefoot only. We are, as far as the official position of tact is, whatever it takes for that horse to be comfortable and be his best, while you are working towards giving him an anatomically correct foot and hoof capsule. You know, and going back to what I wanted to say was, even though I thought all I was growing was, you know, heel wall, we found out that the whole foot was compressed and needed to be released and to expand. And so that happened over a period of time. So let me undo this here. Clear all my drawings.
Linda,
Yeah.
when you trimmed this hoof on June 2nd, it would be 10 days just now, not 4 or 5 weeks, as you just said. So that's amazing.
No. This foot had not been trimmed for 5 weeks. This is the before picture. 5
that's
weeks.
what you meant.
Yeah, 5 weeks before. 5 to 6 weeks before was his last trim. So this is a lot of growth here. That's what I was meaning. Did I say it wrong?
I probably heard it wrong.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, so just a minute here. Okay. Let's go on to another picture here. I like to take a lot of pictures. He's got the perpetual crack. I want to get to the bottom. Oh, well, this is when his foot was still muddy. So then I washed him. But you see how much growth he has there. A lot. And so that is 5 or 6 weeks of growth right there. Now, okay, so the true anatomy. So let's just look at a couple deals, just a second here, on false anatomy. false anatomy. The very foundation of their understanding of the anatomy is incorrect. And okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Let's say, okay, so you got this knowledge about the foot, and there's one thing that is the ultimate foundation of the foot that people talk about all the time. Okay, can somebody tell me what that is? A certain part of that foot. They're always saying, oh, I have some of this, or I don't have some of this, or something like that. Can you tell me what that is? Huh?
Concavity?
No,
Sole?
Heels,
no, huh?
heels.
Nope, nope, nope.
Sole?
Ah, yes, sole, right? Okay, Marilyn, what are you always telling me? That Dolly has thin soles, right?
Yep, yep.
Okay, see, that's the whole thing. It's all about the sole. You know, that's where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. And so their understanding of the sole is incorrect. Okay? And that's the very foundation. So let me go down here. We'll go through a couple of things, illustrations I made to show you. See, and one thing leads to another on that, because see, who said concavity? Who said that?
I did.
Who is that?
Marcia.
Marcia. Okay, sorry.
No problem.
Okay, well, that's part of it, ain't it? Isn't it? I should use good grammar, or the grammar Nazis will get me. Okay, so concavity is part of the soul, right? Right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, so those two things go together. So there's beliefs about that. Is not that correct?
Yeah,
That you have to have good concavity to have good soul. Is that correct? Something like that? Okay, so, but is that true? Okay, what is it that they actually believe about that? Just a minute, I'm gonna find my thing here. Okay, we go to see the file of, I have files. I don't know what to name them. So I have bad anatomy and bad barefoot and bad farrier. Bad farrier. Okay, so just a minute here. Let me find this here. Well, here. Let me go clear down here to the soul. JKLMNOPQRS. Soul anatomy. Okay, let's look at this here, because this has pretty much everything in it.
new share.
Yeah, new share. Okay, a second. Trying to get stuff out of my way here. Okay, so up here, right here, this picture over here, and this up here, this shows the true anatomy of the soul, because the soul grows from the internal foot, right? Let me get a clear picture of this over here first, and then we're going to compare it to what they teach over here. And you'll see why it's in error and how they wind up practicing things that actually destroy the foot, things that can induce laminitis, in fact, and is probably the main cause of laminitis rather than what a horse eats. Because I believe, from the evidence that I have seen, that most laminitis is mechanical, but it can turn metabolic due to the stress and the pain the horse is under for years. Okay, because we know in people that pain and stress can lead to metabolic issues, right? Okay, so just a minute here. Get some of this stuff out of my way. Okay, here we go. Understand the true shape and form of the sole. Concentric, convex, and concave. Okay, so right here, you see the lamina comes down, and before it ever reaches the end of the foot, you have the sole corium starting. So the sole corium lips around the edge of the foot like this. In other words, it's on the outer upper edge of the foot. And so it grows a sole ridge that looks just like this. Now, the tubules are straight that come out of it, but at an angle, all the little tubules. But what it grows is it grows a ridge. Now, you see this here? It grows a ridge around the outer part of the foot that nestles. See, I guess somebody could look for maybe a better word, but what I see is it grows a form-fitting ridge of sole, first of all,
Envelopes.
and envelops.
Yeah.
Okay, it envelops the rim of the foot here, so that the rim of the foot, like the rim of the coffin bone from here to here, is enveloped in a perfectly form-fitted rim of sole, so that it doesn't get worn away. See, the sole perfectly fits this. And another thing, it keeps the foot from slipping inside the capsule. You know, if the wall only came right down to here, then I don't know how to explain this. Anyway, this nestles the sole right around the rim of your foot here. So not only is it protecting the rim of the foot and the bone, and they're always worried about the circumflex artery. They're always talking about that. You know, how you can't let the horse's foot, you can't let the sole have any ground pressure because you're going to hurt that circumflex artery. But see, they do not know that this sole is form fitted around that whole area in order to protect that circumflex artery. It's only when the wall stretches forward and pulls the sole with it, so that this is no longer see the shape this is, how it fits the rim, envelops it, forms to it. When this gets pulled out straight like this, and you got a flared toe, and then this is sitting on flat, stretched out sole, that would be this part here would be stretched out this way. That's when you get damage to the sole corium and to the coffin bone. That's when you start getting those ski tips, things like that. And you can see this in x-rays, which I will show you. Now, so you have this convex ridge of sole that grows to form fit the rim of the foot. And then right here where the coffin bone starts, because see, this corium is pretty thick. Another thing is it gets thicker as it goes back towards the heel. So it's a little thinner up here, but as it goes towards the heel, the corium and the cartilage gets thicker, so that it puts the coffin bone at a positive palmar angle. So what we find, see, and that's another error they have. They've been fighting over for centuries, which is, does the horse have a positive palmar angle, or is he ground parallel? Well, his foot is pretty much ground parallel, but the coffin bone sets in the foot at an angle. And what happens is then this corium that is cartilage gets thicker as it goes to the heel, which sets it up at a positive angle. So you have this sole ridge that's rounded here. Look over here. You can see it in this foot here. But right here under the coffin bone, where the coffin bone starts, it gets concave. And what you find is that when the foot is just right, not like this foot. You see this foot here? This foot was actually deformed because I was trimming the heels out and it was pulling the cartilage all down and underneath. Look here. Here's where the heel buttress would grow. It would grow, but it would be growing that way, not supposed to be growing that way. See, all this is deformed, which I did not know at the time. I did not realize that till years later, learning about these things we're talking about now, about how the whole cartilage can be pulled down under the foot. So, and what you see here too is also a deformed frog corium. See, it's been pulled down and pushed forward and pooched out right here. You know, see this like one big sock here. And so anything that happens here is going to affect everything going forward. All right. So now here, what I wrote when I did this, let me see, when was this? Okay. Well, I have this as 12/21/2016 as when I first made this illustration here. And I put here, for some unknown reason, now I know the reason though, see, because I know the history. But at the time I was like, what the heck? Why are they doing this? You know, why do I have to research this and find it? And it says, for some unknown reason, neither farriers, vets, nor anatomists of the hoof have realized that the sole is not concave. See, that's the whole thing. Is there some concavity to this foot here? Yeah, right here. But this part ain't concave. This part is convex. See, there's a big, it's as wide as a shoe right there. Makes a lot of sense. See, but farriers carve it out because they've been taught that the foot is only concave. So they see it, they don't know what it is. They come up and they carve it out. See, and then they set the shoe only on the rim of the wall to transfer the weight to the sides of the foot, because they have been told that the horse's coffin bone is somehow magically suspended in the hoof capsule by the lamina. Okay, this is what they've been teaching for hundreds of years, that the horse bears the weight on the sides of his foot here, not on the bottom, that you're supposed to put that shoe on the wall here, carve out all the sole, make the sole look concave, not look concave. They think it is concave, so they don't think this is supposed to be here, so they carve it out. And so anyway, it says blah blah blah. For some unknown reason, neither farriers, vets, nor anatomists of the hoof have realized that the sole is not concave, but convex and concave, and that the sole corium lips up over the superior border of the outer upper surface of the foot, thus producing a convex ridge of sole growth around the perimeter of the foot. If our experts don't even know the truth about something so blatantly obvious, then how good can their conclusions and teachings on how to trim be, huh? We already know something there. Oh. Okay. Anyway, so let's go back to here now. Okay, so what you're looking at here, there's a book that the farriers, it's like the farrier's Bible almost, okay? And it is by Adams and Stashix. It's called Lameness in Horses. It's, you know, in every farrier's library, okay? And so in there, they draw a picture of the foot, of the anatomy of the foot. Now, here's something. I want you to see on this foot, you can see where the sole corium starts, right? And here's a wild horse's foot. Look here. Here's the lamina. You see where the sole corium starts. Do you see it? Do I get some yeses?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Here's a totally, might be the same foot. I don't know. But irregardless, you see the lamina here, and you see how the sole corium lips around the edge of the foot. It's on the superior border. It's on the outer upper edge, right?
Right.
Right.
As plain as day.
Plain as day. Okay. So that means it's going to have to grow that convex rim of sole around the whole perimeter of the foot. See, around this whole area. Okay, but now let's look at their drawings. This is an important book here. Okay. And first of all, it's not that old a book, so why put a drawing in there to begin with? Right? Why not use pictures? I got pictures. Why couldn't they get pictures? But no. Okay, they have it drawn. Why do they have it drawn? Let's look at how they drew it. I want you to look at the foot. Where's the sole corium? Where does it start?
There isn't one on that one.
No, you can't see it because, see, they have the lamina continuing all the way down to the very, 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 very edge. And then look, it says solar corium right here. It says laminar corium. They have it from here to here. Then they put solar corium only under here. Now, if this was the truth, then what they believe would be accurate, that the sole is only concave. See? Do you understand structurally what I am saying here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is what they believe. This is what they drew. Okay, now let's look at the capsule. All right, what do we got here? We have a sole that is only concave. Is not that right? See how they've made it? This is the inner part. Okay, and look how they have the wall going longer than the sole here. See, they drew what they believe.
Had to
See?
draw it because they couldn't find a foot that looked like that.
That's exactly right. I don't see how you can even get away from that this is deceptive. You know, and another thing I've seen is then when barefoot trimming come out and they started getting the idea, Gene Ovanek started getting the idea that other parts on the bottom of the foot bear weight. Okay. And in his research, see, this is such a belief. I'm kidding. I'm not kidding you. It is like a dogma. It is like a religious belief to them. You know, so something they have tried to do is, well, let me see how to explain this. Okay, so barefoot trimming came out, but before that, really, Gene Ovanek, when he did his research, and I've shared that with you before. What is it? Okay, when he did his research, when you read what he said, it's almost like he was afraid to even say that the horse might bear some weight on the bottom of the foot, because this belief that the wall, no, they don't believe. Okay, look at it this way. You see how, oh, what a tangled web we weave. And first we practice to deceive. Now, here's the thing. People didn't probably do this on purpose, but people long ago came to bogus conclusions, and then those became the truth. They became established in the higher halls of learning. And so because they believe that the sole is only concave, they also believe that you can't let the sole bear any weight, so they will prepare the shoe and the wall so that the shoe fits only on the rim of wall. Now, of course, there's going to be some ground bearing on the bottom of the foot, right? But what they do is they put the shoe on the bottom of the wall here so that it will transfer the weight to here. This is what they believe, that this part of the horse's foot bears the weight of the horse. So in reality, they have a convex sole ridge here, and then this bowl, the only concave part that's right under the bowl here, I call this the bowl of the sole. Okay. This part will almost totally fill up with sole to be almost level with this part so that it will look almost like it's not concave. It will look almost flat at times. True concavity is where you have about an inch thick sole ridge with the bowl of the sole almost completely filled up. Like that's what I have on my horse right now. And I'm telling you, you can press on this right here. Like we all know we've pressed on this on our horses before and it gives, right? And so you know you have pretty thin sole right there. Mine, not at all. And it doesn't matter how wet it is. His gives not. He has got, because the heels are pretty restored now, things like that. He has a super ridge of sole and a lot of sole in the bowl, and it's just hard. It's just, even the wetness, when it's wet out here, doesn't affect it at all. You know, all the wet does is affect like any sole that needs to be exfoliated. It'll soften it up a little, and that's it. And so ultimately, see, we're correcting the back of the foot so that we can grow correct heel buttresses, so that we can get tight walls eventually to come in. And then see, this wall is like a retaining wall, and it supports this sole ridge here and keeps it where it's supposed to be. Just a second here. And then so then we are developing the sole ridge, which the better the back of your foot gets, the better it gets. And then the bowl, this sole here, it also starts to fill in. And so this is something we're headed towards, but it's not something that you just want. Like ideally, you would have, like this horse here, this wild horse here had an inch of sole ridge around the perimeter of his foot, convex sole ridge around the perimeter of his foot. Ideally, that is what we ultimately want. But if our feet aren't correct, or if you've got real contracted heels, which contracts all this sole and compresses it all together, and it'll make your sole like glue. Okay, you don't want this sole to build up on a deformed foot, on a distorted, deformed foot, because all this needs to move. All that anatomy inside needs to move in order to come back into place where it can grow a correct size hoof capsule. Okay, so now the only reason this seems to work, is because they're putting an iron shoe with nails on it to hold it all together. Because when you carve out this bowl when you carve out the sole ridge and you force this thing to be concave, and a lot of times, see, what they used to be taught was that they were to carve it out until it gave to pressure. Because another thing they believed, and I guess they still believe it, was that the bottom of the foot descends. See, the bottom of the foot descends, like, how would I say that? Oh, like this would give right here. Like like a plunger almost. That's supposed to be able to give. That's another thing they believe. Okay, you're going to quit. Okay, let's see here. When I get calls, okay, it distracts me. I'm going to turn off my phone. All right, let's see here. Where am I at? Just a minute. Okay. Could somebody do me a favor? And does somebody have a link to this meeting? Could you send it to Jacqueline? Do you know her? Because she can't seem to get in, but she's just gonna have to wait, or she's just gonna have to watch the deal. Because I don't want to. I don't like getting distracted, because then I lose what I'm thinking about. And then I just get, besides that energy drink has taken effect and I'm getting the jittery mitteries here. Okay. So anyway, she's just going to have to wait. Okay. So where was I? Okay. So all these things that they believe, it's one false conclusion upon another. When you wrongly understand one thing and you draw a false conclusion, well, that leads to another and another and another and another. And in the end, what's the end? Oh, your horse has got laminitis because of what you fed him, because of what he ate. When in reality, it's this whole ball of wax that they've been doing for centuries that has killed more horses. And it ain't just killed horses, it kills people too. All right, because horses with bad feet do what?
They buck, they kill, they bite, they rear.
They trip.
They trip. Yeah, they trip, they stumble, they fall. And if you're on them, what happens to you? See? Now, we don't hear as much about that today, but in Bracy Clark's time, it was in the papers all the time. See, and he knew it. He knew these horses were stumbling and falling because of what was being done to their feet. So see, these false doctrines have a consequence. Falsehood always has a consequence, no matter what. I don't like falsehood. I don't like, of course, none of us like purposeful falsehood, but there's, just a minute. I had to cough there. But there's unintentional falsehood as well. The problem comes when that unintentional falsehood gets in the halls of higher learning and becomes a doctrine. See, becomes an established truth. Okay, so they believe the lamina bears the weight. They believe that the foot should only be concave. They believe everything contrary to what the true anatomy of the foot says. Now, it's not only them. Let's look over here. You know what book this is out of? This is out of the Merrick Vet Manual. See? Merrick Vet Manual versus the real foot. See? How deceitful is it to still be using a drawing? If they use a picture, sooner or later, someone's going to ask questions. They can't even get the soul right. See, that's why you can't trust your vets. You can't trust your farriers. they mean well, but they're in a system that has all this falsehood in it. And until they can correct that, until somebody, but you know, they'll fight tooth and nail not to correct that. Not that all of them are that deceitful, but some of them are very deceitful because they don't want to look wrong. You know, you don't want a whole industry, you know, because look, if they're wrong about that, well, my goodness, what else could they be wrong about? Right? See, you're supposed to just trust them explicitly. I guess we are learning as we travel through our bit of history that you should not trust. You should not just blindly trust the authorities, you know, those that are in authority in certain professions and stuff like that. We should not blindly trust these people because they have inherited a lot of error. We need to see, now we're so fortunate that we can do research on our own. You know how much doctors hate it when you say, well, I was on the internet and I saw this, that, and the other. Well, half the time you're right, they're wrong. You know your own body. You know, you have a right to say something. We do not have to blindly trust any of these experts. And I'm not saying, you know, that you shouldn't trust them to a certain degree, of course, you know, but you need to take responsibility, just like we are all taking responsibility for our horse's feet, right? Well, we need to do that also with our own health as well. All right, so, and our car, you know, I researched the heck out of mechanics and different things for my car and stuff like that because I don't trust mechanics. You know, and everybody knows that is a real, you know, find a good mechanic. What about hairdressers? Do you just blindly trust even a hairdresser? I bet every woman here can say absolutely not, right? How many people have been butchered by a beautician? Anybody else but me?
Oh yeah.
See? Okay, so you just can't blindly trust this. So yeah, this is in the Merrick Vet Manual. And look at the lamina, how it goes all the way to the very bottom. Here, that says sole corium. And this is the lamella corium right here. It's kind of blurry. But that's the very manual the vets learn from. So here's for the farriers. Here's for the vets. It's all the same. But where do the farriers get their understanding of the anatomy? They get it from the veterinarians. See, from the vets. Where do the vets get it? They get it from that Yahoo 200 years ago, Professor Coleman, who was the arch nemesis of Bracy Clark, who did nothing but wanted to understand the anatomy of the foot and help horses and help people. And that guy did everything he could to thwart any progress at all because he was greedy and he wanted the acclaim. And see, you got to understand that the first vet schools were for horses. They weren't for dogs and cats. They weren't even for cattle. Okay. The vet schools were for horses. Okay. Now, can you understand why that would be? Because of the importance of the horse in society. The horse was everything. See, the more horses you had, the more horsepower you had, the greater your army was, the greater your marketing and transport, and I mean everything. They were everything. Horses were everything. That's how you planted your crops. That's how you harvested your crops. That's how you took your crops to market. That's how, see, they were everything. That's how you got to town to be able to buy supplies. You know, that's how you won wars. So the horse was everything. Okay, so if you could come up with a way to shoe and with all the truth about the horse's foot, since horses had so many problems with their feet, because the farriers to begin with didn't have an idea about the anatomy. And so there was this underlying thing that if you could come up with the best shoeing book or the best this book, then you're going to be a rich man, you see? Because that'd be like buying stocks in, I don't know, arms dealers or, you know, anything like that. That'd be like, you'd be ahead of the game. You'd be a rich man. See if you could solve any of those problems. And so that Professor Coleman, that's what he did. He kept coming up with patents for shoes, and then he wrote a book, and, you know, and he didn't know diddly squat about any of that stuff before probably the King of England made him the, what do you call the head professor? Whatever, he ran the school. The first guy really did know a lot about animals and about horses and stuff like that. He died early on when the Royal Veterinary College was started. And then the king appointed that narcissist, Professor Coleman, as the president of the school. Dean, what do you call him? A dean, you know, as the dean. And he was there for, I don't know, 20, 30 years, something like that. And so he set the foundation that has come down to us 200 years later of error. And we're gonna have to get into that book one of these days and read that. Okay, so going back to this is just one of the things in the anatomy that it builds on one error after the other. And of course, they have, you know, look at both of them. None of them think that any of this is part of the foot. Say, it all stops right here. They just think that it's this part here. Okay, but we know that it includes above the hairline, that the foot is clear up here, right? Say, and look at these feet. Where's the cartilage here? Do you see any cartilage on this? This would be a horrible bound foot here, wouldn't it? And this is actually a drawing of a very deformed and distorted foot. You can see that the heels have been crushed forward. You can see, well, look, I showed you on my foot here that I was trimming the heels out of, that it pulled the cartilage down like this, how it then pushed the frog corium forward, and it pushed the heels forward right here, crushing the heels. Well, this is exactly what has been drawn here. And see, that's the whole thing too, that when you do that, you could do 1,000,000 dissections, it wouldn't make any difference. Okay, we don't know the true foot of the horse from doing, we learn, and it increases our understanding from doing dissections. But we could do 100 dissections, but if we had not through this process that we have gone through and how we have watched the back of these feet expand and learned how this whole foot can get bound and made smaller and things like that, if we had not gone through that, we could do 100, we could do 1,000 dissections and still never know the truth here. See, because what we're dealing with here is a combination of so many things, of people working together, of people, horse moms, basically, okay, horse moms looking for an answer for their horse. That either the farrier messed up, the vet messed up, or then we're taught to mess up ourselves. Okay, so we as women are fixers, right? Isn't it women that's mostly doing this? I would say learning to trim their own horses is like an epidemic type thing. And so through all these different things that I have been discussing, okay, through my own research that led me to this, that indirectly I started sharing with others, and then they started doing the same things and seeing the same things and contributing pictures and experiences, you know, and through this whole conglomeration of things, we have learned about the true anatomy of the horse's foot, and we are still learning, but we have jumped miles and miles from what we're looking at here. See? So anyway, okay. What time is it? 12:11. All right, so let's take a short break. I'm going to get up and walk around so I don't get blood clots. Because I sit here, you know, they say if you're on a plane for so long, you don't move, you might get blood clots. So I don't really want to do that. So now, but before we take a short break, just a 10-minute break, I want to ask you now, do you understand some of what I am saying here?
Yeah, I understand it. It's yeah.
Okay. And so do you understand the great importance of knowing the truth? How can I trim my horse? How can I, oh, somebody's not on, there they go. How can I trim my horse correctly if I don't know where I'm going? I don't know what the true anatomy is. I don't know what I'm supposed to look for. I don't know what shape his foot's supposed to be in. I don't know that it can be in a multitude of different shapes that aren't correct, that are leading to serious lameness down the line. You know, see, I have to know the truth. This is the foundation of what you have to know. And so this is why so many horses are so screwed up, because of this baloney here that they've been believing for hundreds of years. Okay, all right, well, let's take a little 10-minute break and then we'll come back. And I was going to show you the pictures of my horse and how the bevel came out and how all the foot came back. And so then we're going to look at any horses you want to look at. Okay.
Okay. See you.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Sounds good, Linda.
Okay, dear. Thank you. Thanks for feedback. So I don't get to feeling alone here. Okay.
You're never alone.
You're never alone.
Never alone on a hoof chat day.
Okay. You guys are awesome.
Weekend.
Okay. See you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Anybody else there?
Yep.
Minutes.
I'm here.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi. Okay.
Hello.
And Linda,
Yeah.
at the beginning of Hoof Chat, you had asked who had wondered about the pony. It was Antoinette.
Okay. Is she here now?
I think so.
Let me see.
I
Ah,
am.
I
I
see.
finally figured out where the link was. Thank you to whomever sent it to me.
That was me. You're welcome.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I was trying to use an older one and it just kept telling me Linda already has a session going on. I'm like, that doesn't help me any. So, okay, sorry. I'm shutting up now.
Okay. Well, somehow I missed everything you just said because I had the YouTube channel on talking just behind everything, because see oh God, it's hard to explain. There's a time lapse and I had it on the volume and then I got all confused. Could you say that again? Hello?
I can. It's sort of just a waste of time, though. I could not get on the Zoom call on time because I was using an old link. And so on
Okay.
Facebook, I asked, would somebody please send me the new link? And someone did. So I was just thanking them.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's okay if you didn't
And
hear it first.
Linda,
Yeah.
when I was trying to get on YouTube to watch your video chat, it would just not work on my computer or
Mhm.
my cell phone. It probably would work for anybody else, but on me, it just would not work.
Huh.
So that's why I called you and asked you
Oh, it's okay,
for the
dear.
code. And I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It's just that when I'm right, like into thinking and trying to explain something, it's really hard for me to get off of it and go do something else and then come back to where I was,
Yeah, I know that feeling also.
because I'm like got a one-track mind
Yep, me too.
and stuff. Okay, it's all right, Jackie. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So let's start again here because I just wanted to go through some stuff on my horse. And then Annette, is that your pony we're doing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So then we'll come back to that. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So, all right. So.
Linda, can
Yeah.
I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Thank you. So occasionally on my horse's soles, I see I guess it's the sole ridge in just in from the hoof wall. And it's like it's kind of like a tube in a way, very
Yeah.
much the way that you have shown the way that the corium lips over the sole and in the picture on the upper right with the yellow
Mhm.
diagram. And so, sometimes I see it and sometimes I don't.
Mhm.
And I guess I don't understand why I see it and sometimes I don't.
Okay.
And
I can
wondered what
explain
your
that.
thoughts were.
Yeah.
Yay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me get on paint and draw a picture. Here, just a second here. Where is paint? There we go. Okay. I gotta change new share. Okay. Let's see here. Get a brush. Wonder if that'll work. Just a minute.
So I guess just reformulating my question,
Mhm.
it seems like sometimes the sole ridge is very obvious and other times it isn't. And I'm thinking it must have something to do with the depth of sole. But I don't know. You'll tell me the answer.
It does. and see, understanding its behaviors and how it grows and different things like that. And sometimes the sole and the toe is different. So let's see here. All right, so the sole ridge actually grows like this. Okay, and then it goes concave there. But this can all fill up with sole as well, where it would be about like this. See? Okay, so there's your sole ridge. Now, the wall ideally will keep growing. It grows longer than the sole. I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. Okay, didn't want to sneeze in your ear. Okay, so as the wall is growing, a lot of times what'll happen is the sole, okay, see where it's attached right here?
Yep.
This
Yes.
is your white line. Okay, which is about to here. Okay, so as it is growing, this piece of the wall right here will often just follow the wall, and it can even look like this. See, but the sole ridge is still there, but this piece has attached to the wall here, and it just kind of pulls it with it like that. See what I'm saying? That's why you don't, that's why sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. But like if I was to come in here and start, let's see, let me start rasping per se. Okay. Let's say this is what I'm seeing now in the sole. Just a second here. This would be
So
what I'm
that's a
seeing.
convex. That's a very,
Yeah, it looks convex, or this looks concave, doesn't it?
it does look concave. Yeah.
See, this looks concave.
Linda, can we make a public service announcement for everyone's benefit? I think Jessica could
Yeah.
mute herself maybe.
Oh, hey, Jessica.
I want to ask the same because I
Let me
can't
see.
hear you.
I got to try and find her here.
Yeah, she has 5 or 6 incomes.
Let's see. I can't find her.
Weird.
I can't. Hello, Jessica. Just a second. Let me find that. Oh,
It looks like she's logged in at least 4 times.
oh, really?
Yeah, she has like 4 different logins.
She sure
I
does.
wonder, I
doesn't
think she shared her link.
Okay, just a minute. Okay, mute. There we go. I sometimes I can't remember how to get to the screen where that everybody's on to be able
Oh,
to
yeah.
do that.
I know. I feel your pain.
Okay, so
Thank you.
okay, so now this is just like as if I had the foot cut in half and we're looking at the dorsal wall cut in half right here. This is the thickness of the wall, in case you're wondering. There. Okay, coronary band would be up here. All right, and so your foot about to here, and then so the wall grows down, meets up with the sole. This would be your thickness of sole. Your foot is, let's see here. Your foot is like in here, like so, something like so. But anyway, okay, so then you come along. This is why I say you have to learn to manage the sole. Okay, because let's see, I'll just use an eraser. You come along and you're going to wait. Let's do this. Wait a second. Okay, there's the wall, and let me do this. There's the sole. Oh, that's a little too much. Wait a minute. Okay, all of this is sole. Hold on. Let me just get this off here. Okay, so this is your convex ridge of sole. Usually it's like this here. Okay, but when the wall can grow, it can attach itself and just kind of the edge of it grow down like this with the wall so that it will look concave and not convex. See how why they get confused?
Yeah.
Okay. And so when you trim, let's see here. Let me look at I'll just use this eraser. Okay, so I come in with a rasp and I'm going to take off this just level to the sole there. See there? Still looks concave, doesn't it?
Yep.
Okay, but then let's say I take off a little more. Okay, what happens is like when you're looking at the hoof and you're rasping down the sole to the level or rasping down the wall to the level of the sole, then the sole is like dirtyish colored. But the second you barely hit it with the rasp, you'll see a little white part, right?
Mhm.
It turns white. Like
Yep.
what I should have done is made this colored and made that look white. Then you'd really see it maybe. So then if I come and I rasp another swipe, what I want you to look at is the sole, how if you're looking at, let's see, oh, well, I can just show you, I can show you a picture here too, because this is important to understand when you're trimming, because just like we started this whole hoof chat was about the sole, right? How they're wrong on the anatomy of the sole. So we have to be right on the anatomy of the sole. We have to understand how it grows. We have to understand its behavior. We have to understand what we're seeing when we're rasping into it. So let me get this picture here for you. See, I'm glad you asked this question because this is, see, all this just really vital to know for your understanding, because that's what this is all about, is about understanding what we are looking at. So just a minute here. Okay. Because that really shows in this, the trim. Okay, so I showed you the picture of my horse from the last trim for here just a few days ago, June 2nd, what his foot had grown for 5 weeks. But I'm going to show you some pictures from the trim before. Because in that, you really see some of the sole ridge there. Let's see. A second. Oh, okay. So first I'm going to show you the same thing here that I was just explaining to you. Exactly, in fact.
Cool.
Let's see here. New screen share. Nope, it disappeared. Just a second. Okay. This is not the last trim. This is a trim before last. Okay. Let me find the date. Just a minute. This is from actually 4/29. All right. 4/29. So I'm about right then, aren't I? 4/29 to June 2nd. How
Yeah.
long is that?
Yeah, that's about 5 weeks.
Okay. Okay, so here I want you to see now, see, ideally, what you do want to see is how the wall will separate from the sole as it grows past the sole. Okay, so you see how in the toe, how it's stuck more to the wall, kind of in the toe, kind of
Yeah.
elongating than it did in the side pillar sides here and
Mhm.
or toe quarters and the quarters. Okay, so so here you can see, though, you can see it as a little bit more ridge-like from this
Mhm.
view, but when you look at this, it would only look concave-ish. Okay. So, and here you can see the ridge. See it
Mhm.
right
Yep.
there, how it's stuck to the wall.
Mhm.
Okay. But this is all pretty much exfoliatable probably, or some of it would be. Some of it you could actually trim down, scribe down with the knife.
Mhm.
Or if you, but you don't have to do that. You're going to try not to let do you see how if you just only went down to the level of what that is, that your toe would just keep getting longer and longer and longer?
Yeah.
Linda, that's exactly what happened to my 2 horses, and it's subsequently why I fired my farrier.
Okay.
And you don't know how many farriers I know who would look at the bottom of that sole and see that sole ridge and the separation between that sole ridge and the wall and call it separation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You got white line disease, you have separation, you have blah, blah, blah. So this is, crucial. I'm really thrilled that you're having this
Well,
conversation.
but you can have that too.
You can, but some would look at just that and
Yeah.
call it that.
Yeah, because they
without
don't
having that.
understand it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. See, and this is the thing about these feet. For every true thing, there's 2 or 3 false versions. See? So it's easy to misread something. Especially when they don't know the truth to begin with. They'll call a cat a dog on these feet.
Well,
So,
and they only see one view of it. So I have a friend who's helping me with one of my other horses because I just need the muscle, and she's a trimmer and stuff, and she's real open to, learning about tact
Great.
and so on and so forth. It's wonderful. She's fabulous.
yeah.
But it's like she looks at the feet not with the camera.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm just blown away by what you don't see.
Oh, absolutely.
Isn't that the truth?
Yeah. And so, I digress, but like none of them do that. So they're not getting the whole picture.
Well,
But
they're
that's
not.
because it's so time intensive. I mean, you
Yeah.
can't really be a farrier and spend all of this
Right.
time with people and charge them, whatever
Yeah.
small amount of money they're making.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's like fast order business model, it's just like
Yeah.
get it through, get it through, get it through.
Yeah. It's that trim that I call the what does it call it? BTM trim. So
I call it the WTF trim. So
well, what I'm saying is pretty close to that. So I did a deal
Oh,
where if
okay.
anybody can figure out what those initials mean, I'll send them a bottle of Dr. Crosley's hoof or thrush restore, whatever it's called, So the WBTM trim. That's the farrier trim. So, but they don't mean it to be like that. But see, that's their training,
right.
And for a long time when I was trimming, that's all I looked at was the sole.
Mhm.
Consequently, on my pony, her foot kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller. I didn't even realize it. It became half the size it should have been. But it happened so gradually over the time, and all you're really looking at is the sole, that you don't see it,
Yeah.
because the sole just becomes a smaller and smaller version of itself. So,
well, if they would teach their clients, I mean, I think, they would just teach their clients how to take the pictures, have the pictures ready. It wouldn't take them too long, to maybe 15 minutes to look at them prior to the trim. And then, there's always a way to skin the cat.
Yeah.
Linda,
That would require
I'm a little
clients.
confused. A little bit confused. You said when the sole sticks to the toe,
mhm.
the outer wall, right? It kind of drags it forward so your foot gets longer and longer, your toe. So how does it make your hoof smaller?
Oh, well, from the back. See, from the back, you're trimming the heels out. And so, yeah, the toe wall is stretching. It can stretch forward. Of course, see, in barefoot trimming, we'd rocker back the toe too. What happens is the back of the foot starts being compressed and pulled forward. This area back here gets smaller and is reducing the size of the hoof capsule and binding the whole back of the foot into a smaller capsule. But the front of the foot is going forward. I mean, it doesn't happen that way every single time. And the thing that happened in barefoot trimming was, okay, so they had this theory called the 1/3, 2/3 natural balance to the equine foot. Who all's heard of that?
I heard of
Yes.
that. Yeah.
Okay, well, see, now that was a theory that Gene Ovanek came up with from researching and doing all those wild horses where he did the board imprints, and he naturally saw that the foot had basically 3/3 to it. It's been done different ways. His way, 2/3 of it, you don't count the breakover in the toe. It's from the breakover in the toe, then a third here, a third here, and a third here. What he didn't know was that as you trim down the heels, okay, this part here moves forward. See, because what they do is they take like the back 2/3, okay, and they divide it in half. And that's how you get the measurement for how long the toe basically should be, or to the breakover. But since they did not know that when the heels are gradually trimmed out, how it pulls all this down and this heel that's right here moves forward. Well, what happens then? It makes the toe look long. It's no longer an equal 3/3 here, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, however. Okay, this part from here to here is getting shorter. Well, by George, that makes it look like my toe is shooting forward, which it kind of is, because you've trimmed out the heels and you've made all these horn tubules push the toe forward anyway. So then you're taught to come in and rocker the toe here back, because you take like, okay, you started out, your heel was back here, okay, and where you mark your 2/3 was like here, so it was this distance. But then after a period of time, this heel is moved up to here. Now it's from here to here. You divide that in half to get your toe, and you're, oh my goodness, my toe shot forward, when maybe the toe hadn't at all. And so then your toe is too long. So then you come in here and you really take down this toe and rocker it back to make it conform to this formula of 1/3, 2/3. Like for some, it's 2/3 behind the apex of the frog to the dimple of the frog. And then take that, divide it in half, and then that's the distance you're supposed to have from here to here. And so, but what I found out, because I did that religiously, okay, I absolutely believe that 1/3, 2/3 thing. I did that to my pony, okay, and I reduced her foot to half the size, not realizing it was happening. Because then when you start to take this toe back, it has the effect of, just like when you were over trimming the heels, it pulled the whole back of the foot down, and all that anatomy in there is pushing it up under and up into the coffin joint here, pushing this forward. Okay, well, the natural, okay, there's a bone here, there's a joint. If I push it forward, then what's the coffin bone do? It wants to push back like that. So naturally, then if I come in and I take the toe off, that helps it. And so then not only has the foot bent in from the rear and gotten smaller here, all of a sudden this dorsal wall starts moving back and pushing the whole coffin bone and everything back like that. And so you're bending the foot forward from this side, or yeah, forward from this side, and bending the foot back from this side. And the foot is literally bending in the center on the coffin joint, because this is all cartilage and fat. And this up here is the only, you know, the coffin bone is firm and hard, but it's literally bending the foot right in half. And so found out that's what happens when you start shortening that toe up, that it does the same thing as the rear. It will bend back this way. But the reason it does that is because there's already pressure. You know, all this anatomy is supposed to be out here. Like even my heels here, you can see them like that, not as bad as they used to be. But eventually you're not going to see this like this. It's going to, these horn tubules are going to be straighter. This heel will be more back further. But anyway, so you're bending this foot in the center and making it smaller all the way around. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, see now, what did I tell you here when I started this? I said every time I do one of these hoof chats, I learn something. Okay, I just learned something. See, and I know that this is a principle of learning. And this is why one-room schoolhouses were so awesome, because they would teach the kids and then the older kids would help and teach the younger kids. See, and that they learned, they were able to learn by being able to share. See, when you're able to share and you're able to give, you learn more. So as I was talking here and looking at this and thinking of this whole process, now, yeah, I know that this dorsal wall can come back and bend the foot and everything like that, but I understood a piece more of it, why it does this. And the why is, you know, I was telling you how all this anatomy is being shoved into a smaller area up into this coffin joint here, which is pushing that joint forward. That means it's pushing that short pastern bone forward. It's pushing, as it's pushing that joint forward, it wants to force the toe of the coffin bone down and back, right? So that pressure is already there to do that. So then I come in, and if I take the leverage totally off the toe that's keeping it forward, keeping it from doing that, then I've just allowed it the release of pressure that it needed to pull back for that toe that's already wanting, and that pressure pulling back to pull back. See, it's all about structural engineering here, and pressures and forces and things like that. So see, I understood a little more of why that happens just from sitting here looking at that and explaining it. So that was neat. So let's see here. Where do we go from here? So,
Well, we were talking about the sole ridge and, you know, what
that's
are
right.
the why you can see it sometimes and why you can't. And then you were just showing how you could see it really well in this view and some of the others, but not when you're really
Yeah.
over the foot, so to speak. And then we were talking about where I think where we were going was why you can see it sometimes.
Yeah.
And
then,
others you can't.
Right. And then how to recognize that. See, if you're aware of it, then you can start to see it and understand it. And of course, it sticks more in the toe than anywhere else. And so your toe can get longer than you would want it to get. You know, if you don't understand how to read that sole and how to kind of work with it and make it uniform. And of course, if your heels aren't correct, you might not have a lot of sole to begin with. If your heels are real contracted, you might have a lot of very dense, thick, retained sole. You also have to learn how to thin that down so that your foot can even release, you know, and get bigger. So there's just so many different, there's several different things we need to understand about this. So we were talking about how if you came in here and rasped, okay, if I took another rasp swipe,
New
now,
share.
oh, sorry. Just see, new share. Okay, let me go back. Okay, so here's our wall. Now, if I come in and the wall here you see is longer than the sole. Okay, so I come in, maybe on the first trim, all I want to do is just take it down to the level of the wall. Wait a minute. That would be there. See there? But this is sole wall that has grown. So my wall, now this wall is pretty steep here, but sometimes you might have a wall that is more of an angle forward, which means you could have a flare, or just because your heels are trimmed out and all the horn tubules are aimed forward, and so your toe is really pushed out there. This could all be flatter and pushed out this way. So sometimes you can't just come in and always just take this down exactly where you want to go. You might have to do it gradually. And so, or the horse get real sore, but ultimately what we want this wall back fairly steep so that it retains this sole behind it. Do you see how this wall works as a retaining wall for the sole? Because the sole is softer than the wall. And so this works as a retaining wall to keep the sole behind it. So, and you see, here's where our blah, blah, blah. Just a minute. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm thinking faster than I can talk. Just a second.
It's the energy drink.
It is. That's it. I'm an addict. Okay. I'm going to make this like it's supposed to be. Okay. See how that, now we have this convex sole ridge. See there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when this all gets stretched out and this gets put on a flat piece of sole, then it wears your coffin bone. That's when you'll see the ski tip in the coffin bone, because the wall, instead of being at this level like this, the wall is more stretched out. Now you're just going to have to use your imagination how, if my wall gets to about this angle, what it starts doing. And it could be like that, or it could be like this. See there?
Mm-hmm.
Either way, it's going to pull this sole with it. And whereas you now have the toe of the coffin bone nestled in its own form-fitting little container that keeps it all in the right shape and all that, then the coffin bone would be setting on a flat surface. And because that bone is so porous and that sole corium is so sensitive, then that's when it starts wearing the bone away and remodeling the bone and damaging the sole corium. So we want to get these walls ultimately so that they form fit the door, this here, and at a decent angle. Just a minute here, let me undo. So that the wall will retain the sole under the toe of the coffin bone where it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
And so then you come along and you're going to trim. Let's see, where am I at here? Let me find something. Let's see, get an eraser. Okay, so you come in here and you take the wall down to just the level of the sole there. You haven't even, well, we need to add a white line to this. This would be your, okay, why won't this work? Just a minute. Okay, there we go. I was doing the wrong color. Here's your white line. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so you come in and you rasp down to the level of the sole. Eventually, we want to get a clean white line, but it's something we have to grow. You can't always get a clean white line when you rasp down to the level of the sole if your walls aren't in the correct spot. And you don't want to try and force it but it's something that you want to look forward to that will eventually develop. And so you come in here, you've rasped down the wall. Wait a minute. To the level of the sole, right there. Now, I want you to look at this little teeny piece of, you ain't even hardly got any. Wait a minute. Let's get down here. Okay. All we have, I have exposed the white line right there. You see it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but the sole is still totally concave to the white line. Do you see it? Goes right here.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's say I measure my dorsal wall from here to here, and it's 3.5 inches. Okay. Well, let's say it's 4 inches. Now, again, let me explain something here real quick. That when you measure these dorsal walls, would you be the right color? What is going on? There we go. When you measure these dorsal walls, now remember, you got a foot inside here that you got to think about. And so a dorsal wall at this angle that's holding the foot up, okay, let's say if I measure, and it's 3.5 inches from here to here, or 3 3/4 or whatever, okay, is going to be different than a dorsal wall that's at this angle and the same length. Okay. See?
Yeah.
And this is why.
Wouldn't it be longer though?
No, see, what I'm trying to show you here is the difference of where it places the foot. Here, I should do it a little differently. Wait a second. Okay, so I could do it in a different color. Let's just pretend this here. Okay, so a dorsal wall at this angle that's tightly connected to the inner foot that is holding the sole ridge back where it's supposed to be. Okay, let's say that's 3.5 inches or 3 3 3/4 or whatever. Okay, that's different than if my wall is out here. Okay, because the more flared, like whether it's like this or like this. Okay, watch here. Okay, the more angled my dorsal wall is, the closer my foot is to the ground. See,
Okay.
because my sole, this sole here, is going to be attached and spread out to here. And so if I didn't, that's why even though we measure the dorsal wall, it's only a guideline. It's not a deal on how, like I could have a 3.5 inch dorsal wall. And if that thing is flared or angled out like this, it could still be so that my foot is this far from the ground.
Okay.
Right here. See the depth
Mm-hmm.
right there? Not
Mhm.
much depth there, is there?
No.
Okay. But if my walls are come back, this is why the tighter your walls get, well, then look at the depth I have. See that? The depth from here to here.
Mhm.
Where again, if the same angle,
Oh
but
yeah, I
like
see what you're
this,
saying. Yeah,
then my depth is like this.
gotcha.
So those of us that have longer toes, kind of flared out toes, stretched out toes, we at this point shouldn't be aiming for like a 3 1/4, 3.5 inch dorsal wall, because that's going to put it too short, if that makes sense.
Or too long, either way.
Right, but
No, depending on what's going on.
Mhm.
Yeah, what you're really working at is trying to get some heel in there so that then you can get these walls to come back and lift up, be able to retain that sole behind the toe here.
Right.
See, like on my horse's foot too, you know, I let him go 4 or 5 weeks, and the foot kind of stretched out there. But like I say, this is just when I measured the dorsal wall. Okay, I did it not in regards necessarily to find out how long it should be or the sole, but because I was trying to figure out a way that I could look at the foot and it would be the right shape around the pillars and stuff, because it's longest in the center and then it gets shorter as it goes around. Okay. So that's just a guideline to kind of tell you, but you have to include the fact that your walls in front might be stretched out here. See? And so, yeah, it's not just a way to force the horse's foot into. It's only one of the tools that we use in regards to measurements and proportions, because you know how we make it 1/4 inch shorter technically, something like that, but it's not a hard and fast rule, because none of these are hard, fast rules. They're guidelines to help you start to understand, to help you start to create borders and boundaries for different parts of the anatomy. Even though it's all collectively one unit, that hoof capsule seamlessly molded together, okay, everything on there has a border and a boundary that we have to learn to kind of maintain so that the foot can release and grow and become what it's supposed to be. So all this mapping, anatomical mapping based on the internal foot, is just a means to help you as you also learn all these, look at all these structural things going on with these feet. Like I said, we are learning not to see in 3D, but like in 6D. Because we have two different objects growing together, both doing different things. We're trying to get them together in unity. Okay. And so and they're growing at the same time. There's movement. There's something always different. So we go from 3D to 6D to 9D, but this is like tying your shoes. And as we learn this, we're going to come up with easier ways to understand things. But see, all these little things will get lodged in your head, all right? And you will start to remember them, and you will start to see, we're talking about how the pictures, how important they are, okay? But what's great is when we take the pictures and the foot and hand and we start seeing these come together. Okay, and we're able to look at the feet and start seeing these things with foot and hand as well. Okay, so let me undo this. Okay,
Linda, that was brilliant. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
That was awesome. That was very, very good.
I think that's the missing piece that
it's awesome. I mean, it's really, really good.
Thank you, dear.
The measurements really don't mean anything unless you take into consideration what's going on inside the foot. And that was a perfect example. You just doing those couple little drawings there with the purple line showing how much the foot was shorter, if it was longer. It was awesome.
Oh, good, because that's really bothered me for a while, that I wasn't communicating that to people, and then they were over shortening their horse's feet. Well, there's such a balancing act, because on the one hand, you got that toe out there you want to bring back, but on the other hand, that's all we are doing here is a balancing act, trying to bring that foot along, trying to help it along. So then you come in here. Okay, you take another rasp swipe. So I'm going to take another rasp swipe. Oh, wait a minute. I need the eraser. Come on.
Linda, it's Elena from Hungary. Hi.
Hi.
I wanted to, it's just so great to be here as usual. I just wanted to ask you, because I have actually opportunity to see the feet that are in good shape.
Yeah. Yeah.
What I want to ask, and people who are on the chart also, the sole growing over the white line, like in this case, I think I actually, in the normal feet, anatomically healthy, you don't see it that much because of the angle, right?
Yeah.
And but you see it on the hoofs that have underrun heels. And what I'm trying to go into, and maybe to give also to people another good visual, because when what is happening with the structure of the sole when the heels go under and forward, because the sole is made also of tubules, right?
Yeah.
So the tubules of the sole will be pushed forward, because all the tubules go down and a little bit forward. But when the heels will be shooting forward and under, it will be changing the angle of the whole structures, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So what happens, and that's why I'm trying to tell people who feed horses all kinds of vitamins for the thin soles, they can't change the angle of the tubules of the soles with vitamins.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what, if you draw the now the sole tubules, people will see another, they will have another visual why the sole gets thinner. It's not because we're cutting it off, it's also because the tubules have a different angle, the same as the tubules of the horn, the outside horn, no?
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know
And
exactly
that's why
what you're
I
saying.
think also it could be the reason why in the underrun feet with underrun heels, we see more cases of the sole growing all over the white line.
Like, okay, I'm going to draw this in here, just like what you're saying here.
And then,
Okay, so
it just exactly makes sense that you can take the sole, the toe back, whatever you want. It won't solve your problem.
right.
But if you lift up the heels, the stacking of the tubules will automatically change, bringing the toe over the time back.
Yeah, because we're working with those tubules to bring all this back so that it will bring all this back under. Like, this is what you just described. Like right here, I put some tubules in there.
Yeah.
See, now while the tubules in the wall will grow eternally, these only grow for a certain period of time and then they die and exfoliate. Okay, so they have to be in alignment to be at their utmost thickness. See, so if your wall is stretched forward any at all, like so, then this tubule that's right here, wait a minute, let me do.
And also, it will probably, if you look from the structural perspective, and now you look, if you think, then the sole will be wearing at a higher rate if the tubules are not at the right angle.
Yeah, exactly. So like here's your tubule where it's supposed to be. So when the wall gets out that way, it's gradually gone out like this. See, I should get another color. Wait a minute. So you can see it on there. Let's do this. Okay, this is the tubule that should be like that. It gets pulled forward like this. See?
And then it makes automatically everything very, very thin.
Yeah, like so. And so we're bringing all this back to bring these tubules back under here to retain the sole underneath so that we can get the thickest sole possible.
You ladies have no idea how long I have been saying this, and everybody just looks at me like I'm crazy. You know,
What?
that there are only
Yeah.
so many sole tubules, so if your toe gets clear out in front, the sole tubules have to stretch, right?
Yeah,
It's not like it's
exactly.
producing any more tubules to fill that gap. They're just thinning out.
Yeah, they're just stretching out forward.
And so that's when they stop growing, right? When they hit that the edge of the wall, that I can't remember what you call it, the ridge,
Well,
between the sole, between the wall and the sole.
yeah, no.
That's when they would stop growing.
Well, I don't know. I just know that they grow only a certain length. But when they're all smashed and growing forward, it seems like, well, that toe, especially, like when I first started trimming, I wound up trimming well, all right. So I've been trimming about a year, and my husband loses his job, and I'm like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? Okay, well, I'll just put up a sign that I will trim horses, you know. And so this one lady hired me to trim her horse, and I was trimming 3 of them. And she had this little what's it, an Arab mare, little Arab mare. And this mare had toes that were as long as her foot. Literally, she had toes, like you see the end of the foot right here. This mare had a dorsal wall that was like this, and toes that were that long. See? Like that. And she said the farrier that did the horse before said these horses naturally have long toes like that. But at first I didn't understand what was going on. But here's the interesting thing. She had no white line separation, and she had a clean white line clear up to here. Like you see, I drew this yellow in as it would be a clean white line. She had that clear up to here, all the way around. So you didn't even know that there was this big, huge gap in here. And she didn't have laminitis or anything. So anyway, and that is how I became a professional.
So what did you do with that mare?
Eventually I learned that toes should not be that long. And so I managed to shorten them up, you know, without crippling her. At that time, I was just taking heels down, taking heels back, you know. I hadn't learned the Strasser way yet, which I didn't know was Strasser, that was taught by ABC Hoof Care, where you take them down to the periopal flaps, or 1 1/8 inch. You know, I wasn't measuring heels on these horses. I was just barely taking them back to the base of the frog. So I was able to take her toes back, and she did better. When things really started falling apart for me was when I learned more barefoot methods, like that 30-degree hairline stuff, and taking the heels down to the periopal flaps, or measuring them like Strasser does without knowing it was Strasser. See, because what you have is you have people share these doctrines that they picked them up from these people, but you don't know they picked them up from these people because you don't know what these people teach to begin with. Really, you've just heard it's bad, because Strasser has a bad reputation in a lot of places. And so I wound up doing the very thing I was warned against, and that I didn't believe in, to my own horses through that method. Because a lot of these people, these wannabe hoof gurus, and you know, and they might have started out with good intentions, but what they do is they come along and they do what I call an eclectic trim. Eclectic means you take a little of this and a little of that, and oh, I like what he said, and I like what she said, and oh, we're going to incorporate this and that and the other thing, this, that, the other thing, and you put it together, and you have the apex trim. Okay, everybody knows what that is. Okay, or you have some other kind of trim, and you give it a name. Now, I never meant to give this trim a name. It just happens to be that this is what I was searching for, you know, an anatomically correct trim. I thought they had that. Surprise to me to find out that they didn't. I thought they had that. So anyway, okay, so see, we have just here learned how the wall can behave, how the sole can behave, how you can misread it. Ultimately, this is what we're looking to do. We're looking to get that wall to retain this sole under here without bending the foot, the toe of the foot back. And so that is why you got to make sure you're growing in heel and releasing the back of that foot. So it's releasing the pressure on the coffin bone up here, on the coffin joint, pushing it forward. So I come in here and I have taken the wall down. See, this thing is acting up on me. See there? That's supposed to be a eraser. Why are you doing that here? I don't know why it's not erasing, but anyway, so I've taken off a rasp swipe of the wall, and already I can't quite see the white line yet. So if I came in here and I took another, just a little layer off right there, I've exposed the white line, maybe, unless there's some stretching going on here. But every rasp swipe I take, see this little ledge right here? You know, originally we were, let's see, let me do this here. Originally we had this down like this. See? That was the wall. That's what we've taken off. This little piece here is what I'm wanting you to look at. Right in here, I want you to notice the shape that takes form. Okay, so now we're down to here. And so here's our wall. There is an area of the white line, and then there's the sole. And so then if I come up here and I take another rasp swipe, okay, look at it again. I want you to look here, right here. Okay, come on. Right here at this area right here. See it? See how I now have a ledge right here? See? Everybody there?
A ledge?
Yep.
It
Yeah.
seems like
Yeah.
it's level. Oh, I see what you mean. Yep, yep.
You
Yeah.
Yeah,
grasp
the
until
area
you
in
see
red
the
there is behind the white line is getting is
It's
getting
becoming,
reduced.
yeah.
That's
Well,
gonna look
Yeah.
white.
and it's going to be white, but it's going to be, now I have this much sole and everything and white line that is exposed, to whereas before it was like this. See?
Yeah, the angle's getting shallower in the area behind the white line.
Yes, but this little piece here is getting wider.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's getting wider. At first, there was no ledge there. There was no, this wasn't there. It was this shape. See? Next to the wall. It was like this. But now I've taken it down and it's exposed the sole ridge that has grown out with the toe. It's exposed a little bit of it right here. And what you'll see is it's white or cream colored. And as you take a rasp swipe here, it will get wider. Just a minute, Eric. Okay, so now I come in and I'm going to take another rasp swipe. Okay, now you see it right here. Here's your wall is level with, and you have rasped into the sole that much. And you have this little ledge right here of sole. Okay, if I was to turn it over, you know, let's see. Let me do this. Let's turn it over. Rotate. Okay. Okay, so we have the foot upside down. Okay. When we first came in here, the wall was higher than the sole and it looked totally concave. See up to there? We have brought the rasp in and we take it down. And as we take it down, this sole ridge, it starts to reveal itself and it gets wider. See, from right here to here, here to here. Okay, so I come in and I take another rasp swipe. Now you see how this area here, you've got the wall, the white line, and then this piece of sole right here. Okay, I come in, I take another rasp swipe. This is the sole ridge starting to reveal itself right here.
Okay.
Okay, let me show you a picture. Just a second of it. Let's go back to my horse's foot for a minute. New share. Okay, let me get this stuff out of the way. Okay. Okay, so we started out here. We took the sole down barely to the level of the sole that had grown here. Okay. And now, just a second here. Okay, now see what I got. Now in this case, I didn't do that. In this case, I scribed with the knife that sole. See? In this case, I left the wall. I didn't do it with the rasp, but I could have done this same thing with the rasp. I could have leveled down, but I had so much wall growth. I wanted to use the nippers. And so in this case, I took the knife and I just trimmed out a little bit of that sole there. See, that had grown with the wall. Okay, so same thing. Because I wanted to see how much wall I had there. Okay, so see the sole. Okay, now on the other side, there's a dirt line there. That tells me that I can take down my sole even more here. And plus it's flaky, see there? But the sole in the toe will be more dense a lot of times than like it'll be more flaky over here sometimes. And that's also for different reasons. It could be your foot is bent. And so the sole is not growing uniform level thickness. So it will exfoliate more in the quarters until your foot flattens out and grows uniform sole thickness. So, okay, here you see the ledge. Now I trimmed the foot. Here I trimmed the wall down with the nippers. Okay, but I could have done the same, all of this same thing with the rasp. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm finding and revealing the sole ridge. And you see, I'm getting a little bit of a clean white line right there. See it? Okay, but still in my toe, it's a little bit, see, this wall in the toe will stick to it more. And so you have to learn how to manage this so that it is fitting the inner foot and not being stretched out all the time. Because I believe that the sole from here to here in the toe is just a little bit different. That it is made differently on purpose because the horse will wear his toe more than anything else. The heels and the toe more than anything else. I don't believe it's a toe callus. See, here's another thing. We talk about farriers didn't know the anatomy to begin with. So when you don't know and then you come in and you're looking at a wild horse's foot and you see the sole ridge in the toe, you don't know that it's even supposed to be there, that the horse has a convex ridge of sole around the whole foot. And so how are you going to interpret that? You interpret that as being a toe callus, when in reality, there's a sole ridge around the whole foot like this. And the toe, the sole in the toe of a wild horse continually grows and exfoliates. Okay, it isn't just one big dead callus that doesn't grow. But that was the interpretation, because the person did not know the truth to begin with. So their conclusions were in error that this was a callus. Okay, on a wild horse, all right, their dorsal wall and toe are continually growing and exfoliating. And the sole in the toe, because the toes wear more, the sole grows more. In fact, it could just be for that. It could not, maybe it's not any different kind of sole. Maybe it's just because, see, I already know that for a fact, that the more something is worn, the more it grows. It's like these tubules. You know, I think they're like fiber optics, that they send messages, you know, grow, stop growing, things like that. So, okay, so
in a wild horse, you'd expect to see it much flatter in that area that you've already revealed, but maybe in a domesticated horse, you might see in an untrimmed toe, sort of, and maybe this is the toe callus, sort of it's like a hump in a way, right in that area, from like 9 to 3 that you've exposed already.
Well, let's look at it. Let's look at it here. We'll look at a good one. Just a minute here. Okay, looky here. New share. Okay. Everybody's in the way. I gotta move stuff here so I can get at this. Okay. Okay, so it's not just the toe. See there? See how that, see, this is the convex ridge of sole.
Yeah.
Around the whole perimeter of the foot.
Yeah.
And does it look real concave? Does it? Does it? And so they constantly wear the toe. So that, I think that, see, I had been under the opinion that there was a different kind of sole in the toe because it seemed to grow more. Well, they use their toe more, right? And so it, and I already know that it will grow according to usage. I know that too from a guy from BLM that I talked to at a wild horse adoption many years ago. And he said when they first run these horses in, their feet grow like crazy, but after about 6 months, they slowed down. And that's when they have these guys come in with the hydraulic chutes and flip them over and trim their feet before they send them out to be adopted. So this is the true sole. This is that convex sole ridge. And then the bowl of the sole here has filled up with sole. And that's why their feet are so tough. Let's see. Okay. And if you look at these, okay, they don't look excessively concave, do they? See there? You know, and this is a 3-year-old horse, 3-year-old mare. Wild mare that was in a perfect environment. And here's another thing. Okay, so Mustang rule, how they're always, look, that wall is a retaining wall for the sole to keep it under the foot. So if you're coming up here and rasping a big old Mustang roll down into the softer parts of the wall, you're weakening the wall, which is supposed to be strength and retaining the sole behind it here. And if you look at the horn tubules on this foot, what do you see it doing? Here's the horn tubule, comes down like that. What do you see that horn tubule doing?
It's bending.
Curving.
Bending in towards the sole, huh? How cool is that? Now, that would be a true Mustang roll, not where you rasp it all off just to make it look that way. And that it could be, I mean, the what's going on here is the most amazing thing. I think that the wall itself is bent in towards the sole so that you have the very hardest part of the outer wall here. See, you don't see any white. Like, okay, when I rasp my, and I don't do a strong bevel, but when I rasp the wall of my foot, when I bevel it, you'll see white. You don't see any white here at all. What you see is that the outermost pigmented layer is literally curved down and around. All right, so it's the toughest layer, retaining the sole here. Oh, and a big farrier faux pas here would be, oh my gosh, this sole is higher than the wall. Oh, you know, oh, what about the circumflex artery? Oh, see? So this is how amazing. Well, you think about it. This wall that curves this way can curve the exact opposite way, right? So what happens is these babies, they get up and they are immediately rolling over in the toe, rolling over, rolling over, rolling over. And they train these horn tubules to curve in like this to retain the sole. And so the sole is growing at just the perfect rate, and the wall wearing and growing at the perfect rate, growing down around like this. I mean, that's pretty amazing. Okay, now these horses forge this into their feet. I don't know if we will ever have anything like this. Okay, but what we can do is help our horses have the best combination of this possible, you know, by not over rasping the toe and forcing. Do you see how this is totally different than if I just come in here and make it look that shape and thin out the wall that is supposed to retain this sole?
You can't bend the sole or the wall tubules with a rasp.
That's right. Okay,
Do
so
Linda,
yeah,
on that view, do I see it right on the break to the quarter? The wall is going straight and then it curves around, or is it? Or do I don't see it right?
yeah,
This is
it's going straight. I think
fantastic.
that's what you're saying, and then it curves.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And on the side, going
probably same
backward.
thing. Probably the same thing.
Ah, okay. It's just an optical.
You know, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know on
But
the side here, but
that
I
would
know.
make sense to me because they're using the toe more than the sides.
Yeah. Well, yes and no. Well, in
Okay.
our domestic horses, definitely the toe, because they're usually in a nice grassy pasture. They do not have to roll from side to side. But in the wild, where the grass is very sparse, they roll constantly from side to side. They do not, they almost wear the quarters as much or more than the toe, because they are leaning over to get any little bot of grass that's within reach. See, they don't just go forward. They roll side to side, continually grazing in rough terrain, because there might be a bite of grass here in front of them, but then over to the side, there's another bite of grass a neck away. You know, so they have to roll over that way, and then they roll over do you see how they roll the foot back and forth? And the place that they wear the least is in the pillar right here. That would be because the movement, just because of the placement and the movement, they wear the least right here in the pillar, but they still wear it. But when Gene Ovanek did his research and he did those board imprints Okay. He saw that when he took that painted board and slapped it on the bottom of this foot, that the place where it made imprints on the board was here in the side of the toe and in the heel. And so he assumed that this is where the horse should bear the weight. Okay. Because, and it's not. All right. That's where you get the 4-point trim from that whole idea from Rick Redden taking Gene Ovenick. Remember how I say they pick and choose their eclectic trims? Dr. Rick Redden taking Gene Ovenick's research and developing his 4-point trim, all right, by saying, and so Gene Ovenick, he developed a trim where, and you can see it on YouTube, ELPO, Equine Lameness Prevention Organization. They do a whole hoof mapping on there, and they will have you leave the pillars long because he assumed, okay, that the horse bears its weight there. So when they do a trim, they leave that area long, and you will see horses that have totally flared pillars all the time in those trims. That's where you see they got the square shoes, they got the square foot, because they'll rasp the toe way back. They leave the pillars long, assuming that the horse bears weight there. When in reality, what is going on is that just happens to be an area of the foot where he breaks over less on because of where it's located. Can you understand? I mean, you know how your horses move, right? And how the foot moves. So imagine them out grazing when there's not very much grass and they got a little bit here, a little bit there. They're going back and forth and back and forth. They just don't go straight forward and break over in the center. But right here, they break over the least. So it's just natural that it's a little tad higher. So, well, you can see it right here in the pillar. See it? Right there. Why is that? Because they break over less in there. It's not because they're supposed to have some, well, and that's why they called it a pillar. See, they said, oh, well, the horse has 4 weight-bearing pillars, 2 right here and 2 on each side of the foot. No, they don't. Okay, it's only that way because this part of the foot they happen to break over the least on in movement, both for domestic horses and for wild horses, just because of where it's located and because of how they move, you know?
So Linda, the problem I see with all of this is the difference between a static trim and a dynamic trim. You know, most people look at a hoof and they trim it for the horse standing still. That's where they get this 4-point, these pillars from, right? You know, the weight bearing's there. But the weight bearing is only there when the horse is standing still, right?
Yeah,
so a static trim is totally different from a dynamic trim, if that makes sense. I mean, a trim on a horse makes no sense unless it's functional while the horse is actually moving, because a horse was designed to move, not stand still.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
I mean, if you look at a hoof and you look at the dynamics of the hoof, I mean, it's pretty much like an airplane. You know, it has yaw, it has elevation, it moves independently, and they have to, because they're not walking on flat terrain. A lot of the wear on that wild hoof is from, covering miles and miles and miles of rocky, sandy terrain every single day to go get those sparse pieces of grass. Okay,
Yeah.
so if you trim a domestic foot to imitate that hoof, and that hoof stands out on lush green grass, that's, to me, is a recipe for disaster.
Well, I would never trim a hoof to look like this, and that's, that's what they do, except for the fact that the foot model they follow is, let's see here. Let's find that foot model. Now, see, here, look at this horse, see? it's got the same type of foot. This foot came from Washington. But again, this is forged and these horn tubules curl around. This is not worn off with a rasp. Do you see any? You don't see any white there, right? If we're to look at my horse's foot, just a minute, I'm going to find. Let me go. Okay, so this is before I bevel the foot. See how you have the harder outer horn tubules all
share.
the way down. Oh, sorry. New share. Here's before I bevel. See how you have the hard horn tubules, the same color all the way down? Okay, but once I bevel, let me get up here a ways. See how the color changes when you bevel?
Yep.
Okay, now go back here, just a second here. Go back and look at these. Do you see any color change there
Nope.
or there? Or really, well, maybe a tad here, but not much. It's about the same. Why? Because these horn tubules, hey, until we get more wild feet, we can examine. This is a theory, but I seen that one picture where I know that's a horn tubule curving around. Okay, and there's no white, although that horse's foot also doesn't have a lot of white, so you know, it could be an inner tubule. I don't know. All I know is this is not a Mustang roll that where they wore it and they thinned it out like we do if we over rasp that toe and do the Mustang roll like they teach in barefoot, you know. So let's just look at some more of these here. Okay, now I want to remind you that this is your heel. All right, this is not your heel. This little piece back here. This is your heel. All of this. Okay, and so for the most part, we don't bevel too much past here when we are trying to grow wall into the capsule and restore the capsule and release the cartilage and lift up the back of the foot. We want this part of the wall to grow longer than the sole, be left longer than the sole, so that the growth will be encouraged to stay up at the top and increase the size of the hoof capsule. And so just a minute here, let me do an annotate. And so also, okay, so that heel goes down here and then across over here, includes your bar, okay, over to the frog. All that is all your heel. Do you understand? So when we are restoring heels, we're thinking of all of this, cartilage, the works, all the way across the back of the foot, the whole shebang. Up here, that is heels, okay? And so you got 8 of them on each horse, and each one needs to be looked at independently as what is going on with it, because ideally, they should be rather the same and rather symmetrical. See, and so each one has its own deal going on that you're dealing with, that you're working towards a certain goal on. So let's see, let me undo that. Okay, so just a second. Now, see, all wild feet, you have to judge them. You know, just because a horse's foot, just because a horse's walnut foot looks like this doesn't mean that's how you want your horse's foot to be. Because this horse has overworn his heels and pulled his cartilages down. You see that, how they're under? Okay, this is not what I want for my horse. Now, that this horse foot survived, that the periopal went to work to hold it together, that's great. Okay, and thank God for that. But that is not the ideal foot. Did this horse survive here with it? Yeah, but this is still not the true anatomy of this horse. Okay, he's going to survive with this foot, and that's a great thing. But ideally, somewhere along the line, he's going to pay a price. See, they're going to pay a price because there is one way only that this foot actually truly works correctly with all these tendons and joints and everything else. Now, he could run 100 miles, who knows? But ultimately, he's going to pay a price. See, because there is one way these feet function. Now, can the horse adapt and stuff like that? Yeah, that's nature. That's a wonderful thing. But I don't want adaptation. I want to be able to help my horse have the feet that if the earth was perfect, that he was born to have, that function anatomically as correct as we can get, depending on the circumstances of the individual horse, how much damage, etc. Okay, I'm not saying you should force a foot on a horse, but I'm saying that you can bring them along to give them as close as possible to what is anatomically correct. Everything in the wild is not anatomically correct. The feet we were just looking at, pretty darn close. Okay, and that one wild horse that we started out with the curved horn tubules in the toe, okay, that was a 3-year-old. All right, its feet could have gone any way after that. So, so does that look super concave to you? But look at the size of the frog. See that sole ridge around there? And then you got the bowl of the sole that's filled up with sole. So all these, this is where I was trying, see, this is from 2016. I'd only been trying to grow, well, I had grown heels before that for about a year, but for a totally different reason. So, I was just trying to understand. This is before I understood about all this cartilage, that this is a part of the foot up here. See, we've been trained to look from here down. Okay, this is Gene Overnick's research. Again, why he called it, front bearing points of the breakover. Right here. See the 1/3, the 2/3? Now the barefooters come along and they added the toe in. So that shortened up the whole thing because they didn't look at his research close enough to do it like he did it, which I don't know if it would have made a difference. But let's see. So in barefoot land, it's like this, okay? And then this is divided up into thirds here, and that's how they do it. Okay, but they get it from him and from his research and those board imprints and measurements that they did on these feet. And so this is where they get the 4-point trim right here. See, he got that from Gene Overnick. They all plagiarize one another. Well, most of them plagiarize Gene's research, and that is the story of hoof care in general. It's been a weird history, weird thing for hundreds of years. Why is that? Because there's money in these things. See, Money, prestige, attention. Let's see here. Let me undo that. I'm lost. Clear all drawings. All right, get out of there. See, this is all when I was researching, figuring out how this worked. Because see, he invented a square shoe, natural balance shoe. Have you seen the square shoes? Have you seen how a lot of these horses wind up with square toes? But we know
Yeah.
from the inner foot, they don't have a square foot, do they? No. See, this just research I did. Okay, here's our poster hoof that everybody's forcing their horse's foot into. There she blows. No frog, deformed, distorted digital cushion, no sole. That's pretty much what we all had on our horses. No frog, no sole. Here's Jamie Jackson's horse's foot in Strasser's book. Okay, so them two were linked at the hip there in their research and understanding of the foot. And that's the history of the barefoot movement. And so then you see pictures like this. See, I used to do the same thing, trying to make my horse's foot look just like this. This is the most famous foot on the internet. Now, here's the interesting thing. This is the front foot, but that's not the foot they use as the model. They use the back foot as the model that all horses' feet should look like. This one right here. That's the foot they use for the model that you're supposed to make your horse's foot look like. This is the actual front foot of the same horse. Okay? Now, why would they do that? Maybe because you get to looking at this foot and you're going, well, aren't those heels run forward? Right? See, we already looked at Adam and Shishak's lameness in horses. Why are they drawing a picture? Why does Merrick Vet Manual draw a picture? To agree with their belief. Okay, why do we throw this foot out, you know, in order to have this foot here? Wait a minute, where was it? Where's that foot says perfection? Oh, here we go. See, and this says perfection. And so you're trying to make your front feet look like this. And you know what happens then? They get mechanical laminitis. I can't tell you how many horses have probably gotten mechanical laminitis and been put down with people trying to force the horse's front feet to look like this. Bad enough, they were like this. Okay, see that heel? See how that's pulled down? Okay, just because a wild horse's foot looked like this doesn't mean you want to force your horse's foot into this. Okay, so anyway, it's just the truth. Okay, so I think we're going the other way. Now, I'm going to tell you something funny. There's a new Spirit movie out. Has anybody seen that? Heard about that?
I heard about it, but haven't seen it. Is it actually out?
Well, I saw an ad for it with the picture of a girl and the horse. Okay, I want to show you something funny. This is funny. Okay, so this is a wild horse in Utah. All right, whose feet would not match the whatchamacallit, the poster hoof. All right, look at that. Look at those feet. I mean, can you clearly see that that hairline is almost straight? That his feet look square? You know, and this little horse back here ain't too much different. Got a little bit of angle there. But see, these horses have a lot of draft in them. They'd be kind of like a Morgan, you know. Can you imagine how much push-off power feet like that would have? So, but to us, that would look almost deformed. But I'm going to show you something real funny here. If I can find the person, they had a post they shared. Just a minute here. Okay, rigid. Man, somebody shared this, Bridget, somebody, but I can't remember last, maybe it was Bridget Becker. Just a second. Let me see. This person have horses? Let me see if I can find this poster for that movie. Hold on a second, because it's really funny. And somebody showed it, and then they were criticizing the pasterns on the cartoon horse. So anybody know what the name of that Spirit movie? Spirit, Stallion of the Cimarron. Let's see here. Images. Well, does anybody know what the Spirit Untamed? Okay. Okay, I gotta find a picture of this because he's got feet exactly like this wild horse. I'm not kidding you. It's funny, you know, and people were criticizing, oh, feet. Just a second. What's the name of that? Spirit Untamed. Okay. Let's see. Let me try and Spirit Untamed. I'm going to get that. Just a second. Spirit Untamed. Ah, here it is. That's so funny. Okay, save. Okay, just a second here. Open. Let's see. Okay, new share. Okay, so you see that one, right? Let me enlarge it here a little bit.
Can't
I'm
see
lost. Just a second. Okay, so you see this wild horse here though, right? You see his feet?
it. Yes.
Okay, now look here. This is so funny. Of course I keep losing him. A second here. Okay, new share. Okay, where are you? New share. Do you see this one? Can you see him? His feet?
Yep.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah. Yeah. That's not good.
You know, I just thought I was cracked up. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna put these two pictures together for anybody that wants to criticize that the horse in that
It
movie.
looks like normal shoes.
Sorry,
Let's
they
see.
look like Doc Martens shoes.
Well, that's probably the person that did the drawing probably wears them, you know. Oh, this is funny. Just a second here. Get stuff out of the way. Take a picture. Just a second. New share. Okay, there we go. Now we can see them both together. See there? How funny is that? I mean, like, wow. So pretty funny. Let's see. So, okay. Going back to the soul. Going back to the soul. Let me get here on paint. All right. Let's see. New share. Okay, so we're talking about reading the sole and the sole ridge and the wall. And so what's interesting here is that in farriery, what they would do is, just a second here, they would come in here and they would only take out this much. This much. Well, if they saw the way it was looked, that was a false concavity just due to growth that was here. That was, I'll put it back. It was like right here. Okay, and here's the wall. Right there. So this was all filled in, and they come in and they would only see this. All right. And let's say they had extra wall like so. Okay, so they're coming in, they're looking, they're seeing extra wall, just like what I showed you on my horse where he'd had 5 weeks of growth and the wall grew out, but it looks concave like this. Okay, so they're going to come in and they're just going to take the wall down to, let's see here. Make sure I got this the right color. To like right here. A second.
Just a little joke. Disney do it before better. I sent you a picture from Maximus from I don't know, it's also Rapunzel, the girl with the very long hair.
Okay.
And Maximus was her horse. The
Oh,
white
maybe
horse.
the same person.
No, it's the hoof's looking way much better. I send you a picture on private messenger. Maybe it's funny.
Okay. This darn stupid thing here. It's not wanting to turn the colors I want it to. That's why I'm taking such a long time. So here's the wall. And they're going to take if they don't see a big glob of sole in here that they have to carve out. All right. If they just come along and they see, let's see here. Let me find my horse's foot again so I can show you the picture. Hold on. Let me get that out of there. From the last trim where his foot was so long. Okay, if they just come in and they see this here. Okay, see this? See how this just looks concave? Now, remember the sole stuck to the toe here. So it's kind of higher up here and longer. Now that's the other foot. That's the other foot, I think. Let me find the other foot. Just a second. This foot here. I guess that is that foot. Okay, that's still, that was from the trim before. Hold on. I mean, it's the same thing. You see the same thing there. But see, I know how to manage the sole and the toe. At least I'm learning how. So let me see if I can find this again from 2. Okay, this is a better, kind of a better shot. You can see it. Okay, so see how that just kind of looks concave there? All right, so, but what I know that the sole here is stuck to the toe, and that if I don't watch it, it's just going to keep growing further and further. So if the farrier comes along and this is all he sees, okay, then go back to paint right here. Then he's going to come in and let's say our wall is up here past that sole right there. Then he's going to come in and he's just going to take it down to about there. And then he's going to put a shoe on it right here. And of course, because of the leverage here, this wall is going to wind out stretching forward. It does it to him all the time. Of course, then he'll just start rasping and dressing it down to make it look like it's like this. Like, let's say he starts out with a wall like this and he sees a foot like that. And he's just going, of course, the toe is long. If you look at this foot from the side, it's way forward. So a lot of times he's not going to bring it back. And so he put the shoe on it. And gradually this wall is just going to stretch forward like this. And the sole is going to be getting, well, like so. Like so. These horn tubules are going to start going like this. See, your wall would be here now. Gradually, the toe gets longer and longer if he's got that kind of sole to deal with. Now, but if he's got a different kind of sole, if he comes in and this is all filled up with retained sole, like just a minute, let me get something to draw with. If this is all filled up with retained sole in here, okay, then he might come in and he'll pare all this sole out to look like that so that it's just concave. And then he will set a shoe on it. But most of the time, what's going to happen is their dorsal walls are going to flare out because of the leverage that's going on here, because they don't know there's a sole ridge here. They don't know what they're looking at. They don't know how to manage it. They don't know how to get this dorsal wall to come in to retain that sole so that everything is structurally and anatomically correct. So they're just doing the best they can with what they know. And consequently, what happens is, let me do this, is gradually this wall, I want the different color. This thing is not wanting to work. Okay, there we go. Gradually what's happening is this wall is getting further out here, like so. Oops, like so. See, and closer to the foot here, and the sole stretched out here. But you know what they do? They come along and they just start rasping it down. Let's see here. Rasping it down, called dressing the wall down like this. Thinking, but it's still got a flare. My annotating ain't doing good here. Anyway, they just wind up dressing the wall down and thinning it out and making it look like it's like this, when in reality, it's like this out here. But they have just rasped it off to make it look like there's no flare when there is a flare there, and the sole is still stretched out and thin in the dorsal wall. So, see, it's their interpretation. It's their interpretation. Just a minute here. I'm a little lost. Of what's going on. So let me take, depending on whether your toe's going to get flared or what's going to happen, depending on you know, how they're reading the hoof, because they don't understand that there is a sole ridge here. So, and if they do see a sole ridge, they'll come in and they'll make it concave like this.
So
So
Linda,
that, yeah,
on the hoof, the real hoof picture that you just showed with the
Uh-huh.
hoof wall, it was extending like 3/4 of an inch. Would you just take the nippers and put that level with the sole and then rasp through into the sole ridge
yeah,
on that picture? Yeah.
that's one thing I could do. Or like on the other trim, what I showed is I took and I scribed out the sole to be what I know to be more the shape of the foot. And then I nipped down the walls and then I rasped flat, but you could also just rasp. See, really what it's all about is, it doesn't matter how you do it. What matters is, do you really understand what's going on here and how to read this sole and how to find the sole ridge? And like if I rasp into this, and the first rasp swipe is just going to take the first layer. See, eventually, where I'm getting to, let me undo this here. Okay, oops. Okay, so I have rasped down all the excess wall, and I have rasped down enough that from here to here, I have a ledge of sole right there.
I don't
And
think, I think
if
it's
I-
wrong picture.
Oh, wait a minute, new share. Sorry. Okay, so the more you rasp down, the more you reveal the sole ridge here. See? Now, by the time I get here, okay, I have the sole ridge going into the bowl of the sole. You see, all this is still sole right there. And so I have to learn how to recognize when my dorsal wall is back, how much sole I may have. And so this is this area here is directly under the coffin bone right here. This is the bowl of the sole here, and this is the convex sole ridge. And so I have to learn to read this, because as the wall grows, it gets to be this shape here. Okay. And as it's a minute here, as I rasp down the wall up here, just pretend I got wall there, it gets wider. See? What you would be, do you know what you would be seeing from the top looking down at the sole? You would be seeing this getting wider and wider here.
And whiter.
Yeah, and whiter, exactly.
The
See?
trimming video you put on the end of a hoof chat 2-3 weeks ago showed that just perfectly.
Okay. And so when your sole is thin, you see the hard part. This is really hard to get across to people, that what I take out here to have a wide area of sole ridge and what you might take out if your wall is clear over here would be different. You know, you might just barely take that out and do a stronger bevel. And a lot of times what you'll find out is when this sole is stretched forward and you've beveled the wall and it gets wet, the wall will suck, because see, everything in this foot, when this wall is stretched out away from this foot and pulling that sole forward, everything in this foot is pulling it back. There's a lot of pressure there. It's like if I take a hold of my fingernail and I'm pulling it away from my finger, everything in the finger is pulling back on it, right? And so as soon as I let go, my fingernail and finger want to go back to where it belongs. And it's the same thing in these feet. They want to be in a certain place. And so if we can just trim in a way that doesn't overly reduce the stresses, but reduce it to where Let's see how to explain it. The foot wants to be, this dorsal wall wants to be back here. It doesn't want to be stretched forward. The sole doesn't want to be stretched forward. If we can just relieve it some, you know, relieve it some in different areas, then it's going to suck back in. That's when you'll see a lot of times, that's when you'll come and you'll pick up the foot and you'll see a square ledge like this. See, pretend that's there. People do that all the time. They come and they'll see this square rim of sole. What happened was they got some moisture. The sole had been stretched forward. The wall sucked back in and it pushed that sole back like that. And this ledge of sole appeared. And that's what they call that's what they call retracted sole. Of course, they don't know what that's what it is. Okay. They think somehow the sole sucked up into the bottom of the coffin bone. No, your sole was stretched out. The wall came back and it just pushed that sole back. There is what happened. Anyway,
Linda.
yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I've sent you 4 photographs that are showing exactly what you were saying before about leaving the wall high, and then how this wall stretches to some part of the world, of the universe.
Okay.
There is a horse. You will see how long these hoofs were and what they became after a couple of months.
Okay, let me go find those. We'll show them.
Yes, thank you.
Facebook. I guess I need to redo my Facebook here. Well, they haven't come through yet. Just a minute. Did you just send them or did you send them a while back?
No, I just sent them. Let me check.
Okay, because they haven't come through yet.
Messenger, I've sent it to you. They are in Messenger.
They're not wanting to show up.
Okay, let's go on. And once, if we have the chance to see.
Well, okay, I know why. Because I was in a wrong profile. Just a minute.
Oh.
I was in the wrong profile, I guess. Well, darn. I wonder why they're not coming through. Are they showing on your end? Hello? Are they showing on your end? Let me write you a message back.
Yes. There are on your, they showed on your, well, I can see it.
We'll see. Just a minute. Let me save this stallion picture here. SPIRIT. Okay, because I'll show you here. Just a second here. New share. This is all that's showing on my end. You see that?
Yes, I see it. where are they now?
Can you try and send them again?
Yes, yes, I will. I'm
Okay.
just sending it. Here. They are here. And here. This is the result.
Oh, okay. Now they came through.
Okay, now I have to check to look for the how they were
Oh,
before.
wow. Yeah. Just a minute. Okay, share. Okay, so this is how they were. This is the toes getting longer and longer and longer, huh?
The last two photographs, one from behind and one from the side of the
Oh,
hoof,
wow.
were before. And after a while, they became what you see on top.
Yeah, they just gradually went forward from the farrier not knowing how to trim the toes, the sole and the toes, huh? Just a minute. Do I have that shared? Let's see.
Yes, you have to get in to the messenger again.
Okay, just a second.
Because now you have the 4 photographs.
I'm lost. Just a second.
And I've sent you these because 70% of Greek horses,
Mm-hmm.
they look like this now.
Oh,
I don't know what happened. They are afraid, or they believe that they have sounder hoofs like this. So
mm-hmm.
they the hoof grow and grow and grow. They just put the shoes on. And after a while, the hoofs became like the one above.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah,
You know, why don't they go back and look at their own statues?
I don't
Right?
know why. Because they are afraid to trim. They
Yeah,
don't know how to trim.
they don't understand. They don't have any understanding.
Yes, yes. They don't know how to trim
Yeah.
properly. And they think that if you leave the hoofs very long,
Mm-hmm.
the horse will have much more protection. They are
Well,
laming the 70% of the Greek horses now.
that's too bad. See?
Yeah.
So deceptive, this whole thing. It's just ridiculous, you know. Like I say, how many thousands of years have they had to understand a single digit on an equine? You know, one of the most used animals that mankind has. See, it just shows man's ineptitude, man's constantly falling for deception and falsehood and ignorance and stupidity. You know, yeah, I keep going to that one. That's too bad because what a nice little horse, you know. And so, is this somebody you're helping
Yeah.
here?
Yeah. I hope.
I hope so too. Now, are you helping a farrier here or an individual?
An individual.
Okay. And so have you sent them a lot of the pictures of the Greek statues? Look what our ancestors did. Look what they knew. Look what Xenophon said. Look, you see?
Well, they don't give much credit to the statues because they say, oh, well, this is a statue. They can do it whatever. I mean,
Yeah, well, but then what? Show them the picture of the person riding the horse. The Greeks were realists. See? You know, see, you got to reason with them that way. Well, look at the foot of this person. Did they just do whatever they wanted with that? You know, no.
and you see how the horse stands with his back feet.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
cannot
poor
stand
thing.
still.
They can't
Yes.
stand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just way too bad. See, man
Mhm.
is so deceived, so cruel. See, it's cruel, is what it is. It's stupid and cruel, you know.
Yeah.
So stupidity and cruelty. This is a mare, huh?
Yeah.
Thing. Yeah, stupid and cruel. So,
Anyway, we
well,
have all
it's
kinds of.
ignorant. It's ignorant if you just don't know. You know, you're just ignorant. You don't know. But once somebody tries to teach you and you refuse to learn, then you're just stupid. See,
Yeah.
that's ultimately what it comes down to.
Yeah. Does everybody see these photos too? All.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Angeliki, for sharing.
And this
Yeah.
photo, this moment, I have already cut about 1 inch of a hoof.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
There are somewhere in the back of the hoof, a piece of 1 inch of a wall.
Look at, it's interesting. Now, what kind of horse is this?
Great horses.
Yeah.
Side walkers.
Now, how old would you say this breed is?
No, I don't
Old?
know.
Been around a long time?
Yes, yes, very old.
Because I just have noticed something here.
I'll show you another. I'll send you another picture of another horse
Okay.
of this breed.
Okay.
These are the the side walkers that go 2 feet on the same direction and then the other 2 on the other direction.
Huh.
How do you say? How do you?
I don't,
Pacers, I think.
is it single footed? Side
I think it's a pacer.
No, it's side walkers. They put the front left with the back left, and then the right front with the back front right.
Pacers, sir. Yeah, they're
Yes,
standardbreds,
pacers.
or yeah, gated. Pacers, we call them for standardbreds.
Huh, that's interesting.
Just let me show you.
Poor
a
little horse.
stallion.
I hope you're able to help her. Well, you are able to help her. I know you are able to help her. It's being allowed to help. You know, it's getting people to sign on
But
and believe.
these are horses that belong to private persons, and these owners do not know about horses and hooves.
Yeah.
So they call the farriers, and they get this result.
Yeah. Well, it's like that farrier told that lady. I mean, that's the way the hooves looked on that horse. Okay.
Yes.
With toes that long. Look at the toe is as long as the horse's foot. You know, clear out here. So the when the toe is supposed to be back here. All right. So the
sent you a stallion
of the
of
foot.
A photograph of a stallion.
Okay.
Not a stallion. Sorry, it's a gelding.
Okay. Just a
But
second here.
let's
I gotta
see.
find you again.
And I have to persuade everybody that these kind of very long hoofs are not good for the horse. And they say, and I have of this male horse, of this gelding, I have some, I'll show you solar views. Here.
Yeah, see? And that mare that I did, she had a clean white line all the way around the front of that foot. So that goes to show you that the sole can be stretched out. The sole and the white line and the wall can all be stretched out forward.
I guess you have to make a new share, Linda.
Okay.
Although what I'm reading is pretty funny.
What's that? What
Well,
are
I
you
don't
reading?
And on the
overview
seventh
of
day,
the-
she rested.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
kidding.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, right. Rest. Like I say, a woman's work is never done, boy. I didn't really understand that till I got married. Okay. Let's see. New share. Well, let me just a minute. Okay. I didn't know it was. Okay. There we go. Okay, were you going to share some? Oh, you got another picture up there, don't you? Oh, look at this guy. Who's this one? Are you there? Hello?
Yes, yes, yes. This one now is Benenitra. But the
Is that
black
Benitra?
Benenitra.
Boy, she looks good. Wow.
Well, yes, I hope. Well, she survived.
Yeah, she sure did, didn't she?
Yeah.
Okay, did you just share a whole
and
bunch of
if
pictures? Or am I
if
just
we
out
have
of place? Am I just
if we
lost?
have no, you are
No, I'm going the wrong
you're back
way.
now. Yes, yes, you are back now.
Okay, there's him. Okay. Well, you know, you're making an impact, whether you know it or not. Me too. A lot of times it feels like we aren't when the world just keeps getting more and more and more deceived and deluded, you know? So, okay. All right. Well, okay. So we're going to move on. Did you have anything else you wanted to say, dear?
No, thank you. Just if anybody is interested, I will put a post of what I did with the Benenitra's hooves.
Okay.
I used a diaper to get some water on her hooves, and then
Okay.
a sock, and then duct tape. And I hope I can keep her hoof wet for about a couple of days to see what
Yeah, that'd
happens.
be great.
Yeah.
That'll be great. I want to see. Because I definitely know
Yeah.
how moisture helps these feet, boy. Okay. Thank you for sharing that, dear.
Well, thank you,
Okay.
Linda.
Okay. Where am I going and what am I doing? Let's see. New share. Okay, let's just go here. All right. So, let's okay, so I think we've done enough of this, understanding more about the soul. Has this helped anybody a little bit?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you.
just to know
Thank
what
you.
we're dealing with, you know. Okay, so now
I still have a question regarding this, probably a super stupid question.
no, nothing's a
I'm-
stupid question.
Thank you. I'm still confused to what actually should touch the ground on level ground. So it's the 1-inch sole ridge that you said. What about the frog? Is the frog supposed to touch the ground
Is
when
the
a
what
horse stands on a level ground?
the frog, is the frog supposed to touch the ground, did you say?
That's my question, yes.
Well, it's going to touch the ground, But no, not like what they teach. Not like that the frog pressure. Like they teach that the frog should have pressure, and then to make it do that, they trim down the heels. But what that is ultimately doing structurally is destroying the frog and trimming the heels out, because frog thickness is like hair thickness. It's arbitrary. Frog thickness of frog height is like wall height. You know, the wall continues to grow. The frog and the sole. I mean, this frog can be thin or it can be thick, but if you cannot take the heels down to the level of the frog, because here's something, if you watch this one video I have, in fact, I got a couple of videos on it. I show how this frog works. Okay, the pastern descends onto the digital cushion. The frog is flexible, and the frog literally bends down to kiss the ground. The frog is supposed to be flexible. So the frog, you don't have to have this frog this thick for this foot to work right. First of all, you've got some ground. A lot of times this will pack with dirt or mud, but this frog is meant to be flexible and to descend down. It flexes and it descends like so when the digital cushion of the foot. The digital cushion is part of the foot. The frog is part of the capsule. They work together. And so, no, it doesn't. The frog does not have to be touching the ground. And see, that is what they're teaching, that you would take these heels all the way down to here, just to force the frog to have frog contact, because they say, oh, that builds up your digital cushion. No, it doesn't. It destroys your digital cushion. It destroys the frog. Now, his frogs recently, because everything is moving, went through a change to where they didn't look that healthy because everything was changing and growing. Now he's still got to lose some of this so that these bulbs can come loose. Let's see, when was this? Was this on the 2nd? Yeah, okay, so this might trim on the 2nd. Does that kind of answer your question?
Perfect. Yes.
Everything here is weight sharing. All right. But this frog does not have to absolutely be on the ground, because it actually needs movement to be able to descend to the ground. Now, let me go over here just a second
Maybe
to
it
show
helps
you a couple of videos that you should watch. Just a
Maybe
minute.
the explaining before helps. With the dynamic trim and the static trim. So if you see the foot standing on a flat ground, it's not dynamic. So for my understanding, the frog is not allowed to touch the ground, because if the horse is running or something like that, then it needs to touch the ground.
Well, here, wait a second. Just a second. I'll show you.
That makes all sense to me. I just wanted reassurance, because my horse currently wears irons and pads, and the pads do touch the ground, do touch the frog in the back. And I'm thinking, if there's a constant touching, that must be irritating for the horse, that the frog never has space to expand because it's already touching that plastic pad.
Yeah. And I mean, you can watch the, okay, you see I got this video up here.
Yes.
Okay. So this shows you, let's see, just a minute. Let me see if I can find a spot where I show it here. Okay. So here's the pastern descending onto the frog. See how that moves?
Yeah.
Okay. Now in this video, I don't know if I had enough strength to really push down. Here's your digital cushion. This is part of the foot, but here's your frog. See how this descends onto this frog, and there has to be some give here. And there has to be a little bit of room, you know, but you never ever trim heels according to frog height. Okay, we develop frogs, we develop the heels so that they're correct, so that everything is supporting this foot correctly, and then your frog will work correctly. See how rubbery that is? So this is a video you can go watch, the truth on how the digital cushion really works. See, I'm showing there's room under there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. All right, where were we going? Oh, to look at the Shetland pony. Let's see, where are we at? Just a minute. Well,
Linda, this is Antoinette. I posted the most current pictures, like all on one Facebook post this
okay.
morning.
Okay, I'm gonna go there. Just a second here. Okay. I'm looking for it. Just a second. Oh, there we go. Nope.
Nope.
That ain't it. Nope. Must be down a ways. Oh,
If you go back to the
That's
top of the
them.
page,
is this it? Just a minute here.
Yes.
Okay.
And the radiograph should be in the +8, you know, in that whole
Okay.
group.
Okay. Well, footbound. See all
Oh,
this,
yeah.
all the, yeah, footbound. And then you got to be careful when you're unbinding the foot that if there's not a good connection in the dorsal wall, that the foot will just pull up and rotate. See, the whole foot rotates like kind of out of the capsule. So you got to be careful of that.
Yeah, so you need to look, that's the left hind.
Mm-hmm.
All 4 feet are in the radiograph shots, but the left hind, that's the left 4. Keep going. If you want to look, I mean, they're all there.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the picture of the foot that you were just looking at.
Yeah, you know what's good here is, okay, here there's some laminar wedge.
Right.
Right here. Okay. And this is the left hind.
Yes.
Okay. But here you don't have really hardly any laminar wedge. See this? Let me save image of this. Now this is exactly what we started out with.
Exactly. And I was going to interrupt. I never want to interrupt you, but she even has the ski tips. But if you and I took a lot of pictures of this leg, especially one where you can see those bones that are in the x-ray, because if you'd see this horse running around the pasture, when she's feeling good, you would never know that her x-rays were this terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to move ahead very slowly because I don't want to make her uncomfortable. She still has, in my opinion, a lot of sole depth under that toe, considering how rotated it is.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna screw any of that up. But I haven't ever worked on laminitic feet, and I don't know, you don't know how long she's been rotated like this. I've only had her for 2 years.
Yeah.
But the ski tips on the front are even worse. So she's obviously had this for quite a long time.
Yeah.
So I want to move slowly, but I need help. Please help me.
I'm gonna try. Well, I'll tell you what.
I'm very
I've
emotional
learned
about my
enough
little
on
girl. Can you tell?
on my own pony that I think I can help you.
Yay.
And I have way more understanding, and you're at a stage where she can be helped more than where I was on my pony.
Well,
And
that,
so something I see here, I'm just going to say observations on this is that there is not a lot of damage to the tip of the coffin bone here for this reason. And this is what I want y'all. Okay, remember when I was talking about the sole and how it forms a convex sole ridge around the perimeter of the foot, so it keeps this nestled, the rim of the coffin bone nestled in this self-grown protective rim of sole, right? So
right.
you can see this in the shadow here. See that rounded shadow right here?
We're
Okay.
not seeing your cursor, at least I'm
Oh.
not.
Wait a minute. I had the wrong deal here. Okay, see, I took the
Right.
picture and I enlarged it. Okay, now see the little hand? Okay,
Mhm.
do you see this shadow here?
Right.
Okay, so this is this is the sole corium surrounding the bone. And this is showing that the bone is in this little, even though the sole is stretched out here, okay, and you got this flat kind of area, you have got little to no laminar wedge in here, right in here. And well, maybe a little bit right here.
Right up there, yeah.
Okay, but the good thing is where you see the toe of the coffin bone in this shadowy area here, it's still got kind of a protective rim around it to where it's not just totally setting on flat sole completely. And so that has kept it from totally remodeling the end of this bone.
Okay, now if you want to scare people, go to the picture of the right forefoot, the right front foot, the
Okay,
X-ray.
just a second here. Let me
I'm
get
trying to
back.
spread the fear around so everybody
Oh.
can share it with me.
Okay.
Sorry, everybody.
I understand, believe me, because when you told me I have this laminated Shetland, I was like, no.
Oh, no. Okay, I didn't realize your pony was a
Oh
Shetland.
yeah, I
No.
dread them, you know.
Okay, that's the bad. That's the worst one, and worse in not only in the appearance and the X-rays and everything and what it's presenting, but that's her most uncomfortable foot.
Okay. Well, yeah, I could see why that
Yeah,
would be.
obviously. Look at
Now,
that knee tip.
Remember when I was saying how all this anatomy gets pushed in and pulled in this way and it shoves into this joint
Yeah,
and then it pushes it forward, which if I push this joint forward, what's it do? It forces this dorsal wall down this way, okay, which also forces the capsule wall forward, which is exactly what you see going on here. Okay, and so a degree now, not a lot of damage to the tip of the coffin bone, which is good, but you see how here in this shadow, it's a little more away from
right.
that, see? So that's what, and now see the hemorrhaging, the red?
Okay, so she has had that ever since I adopted her 2 years ago. At one point she has that, and then she had you can only see the red in that white foot.
Yeah.
But she has that, and then she has dorsal creases in all four walls. Like you can see that line there. They don't crack, they're just creased. And I was getting that bruising it was almost gone. And then she had this little laminated episode in December, and this larger one here in April. Not sure what's causing the laminitis. But
Well,
right now she's comfortable. Well, she's not comfortable, but she's okay.
yeah, laminitis is when the two laminas are pulling apart.
Right. That
There's just a lot of pressure. And so you have the hoof capsule itself wanting to pull forward, but the foot being pulled back, forced back.
Well, by what
And so-
causing the laminitis, I meant whether or not it was metabolic or whether it was mechanical.
Oh, no,
I
it's
think there has
mechanical.
to be, well, there's part mechanical, but I think it's also part
Yeah.
metabolic.
Yeah, because see that would affect my pony too. Like she's already got the mechanical issue going on, but if she gets on grass for too long, she gets sore. See,
Okay.
so see this is all mechanical, but now it also is metabolic because of all the constant stress and pain that caused the metabolic issue.
Okay, so since she is right now, laminitic, how do I proceed without messing it up more? Do you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like
I know
that there's-
exactly what
I
you're
have been
saying.
working to unbind this foot, all 4 feet since I've gotten her, and obviously didn't progress anywhere near as what I wanted to before she's had this episode.
Mhm.
But it's like with that periopal skin. I want to whack it off, but I know if you whack that off in ponies, you're almost destined to find trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want it to release too soon.
Yeah.
And I didn't send you pictures of the front feet because they're in casts right now.
Okay.
But the x-rays speak for themselves.
Oh, for sure. I mean, and see how wide the frog is, because as the foot was pulled down, it went wide like that. So you can bet it's pretty deep right in there, actually.
I'm sorry, I forgot to measure that this morning when I was taking pictures.
That's okay, because I don't have any measurements for
Well,
ponies.
that's my other problem.
Yeah.
I don't have any pony measurements.
I don't have
think
any
at one
pony
point in
measurements
time,
either.
I think was it Denise Webb? Denise, are you still on? I think
Yeah,
she was
yep,
here.
I'm here.
Oh.
I'm here. Are you talking about the horse that I did was like this?
I think at one point in time, Linda couldn't do a webinar, and this was like pre-COVID. And you and I were discussing making a model of a horse's hoof, and then
Oh,
I
yeah.
also asked you about measurements for pony feet.
Hmm.
You gave them to me once a long time ago, but I can't find them. Sorry.
Yeah,
And I don't even remember how small the pony was you were talking about. So
Yeah,
I think they're, oh, no,
go ahead. No, you go ahead, Denise.
Oh, I just think they were on the site that I was able to find them.
oh,
But-
okay.
But I did do a horse like this and brought it back and just followed what Linda was talking about. But it was in cast for probably 6 months in dental impression material. And that horse today is like a rocket out in the field on pasture and everything. But this is very, I guess, very fixable, right, Linda?
Yeah.
That's good to hear, because I saw these x-rays and automatically went into panic mode. What kind of dental impression material do you use, and does it set up? Because I ordered some from Ipona, and with the crystals to put in it too, and it never sets. It's always gooey. Is
See-
dental impression material is supposed to get a little firm? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Okay, see
Yeah.
that it never does. So I just resorted to mixing up my own clay and using clay.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go get mine because it gives the address and everything on the lid.
Awesome, great.
Okay, I'll be right back. Denise, explain to her what you did.
Yes, please.
Okay,
Okay.
because
Okay.
you're obviously more advanced than I am. Because I'm just gonna tell you that I'm still working to try and help my pony more. And I use see, this is what happened to me. I mean, I was making leaps and strides in this, and then just for a short bit, I didn't use the dental impression material.
See, that's what I thought I was doing. I thought I was doing a really good job with this pony.
Yeah.
And then all
And-
of a sudden it went to hell,
Yeah.
excuse my French.
Well, you know how last week I shared about, okay, that 1 foot, how a horse makes its own heels when you totally trim the heels out, how we saw that wall just curve around and under and lift up the back of that foot.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I was making leaps and bounds with my pony. I mean, the back of her foot had expanded like you wouldn't believe. And then just for a trim or two, I did not renew that dental impression material. And man, it just sucked those heels right around again.
Okay.
Okay. And so I had to like completely start over. And here's the thing, timing is everything. All right. It was like a month after this faux pas that I learned about through that one gal just trimming the heels out of that horse, and then us looking at those pictures where it made its own heels. Where I learned, then I understood what happened to my pony, because I could not understand what happened, how she was doing so good. She was getting totally unbound. The back of her foot just totally expanded, but she had not grown in heel wall to support that. I had been using the dental impression material on her to elevate her foot. All right. And so then when she didn't get that for just a very short period of time, her heels contracted in like that. But why is that? Because their foot has to be supported at a certain location. And when it's not, it's going to pull up anyway. See? And so when it does that, then it sucks the wall, the sidewall in underneath it. And it's like an ingrown toenail. Okay, you know how a toenail can bend and compress? That's exactly what those heels will do. So Denise, if Denise helped this other horse by using those casts and that dental impression material, I really see the value in being able to support the back of this foot while you're trying to release. See, look at all that built up junk in there. Look at that. See, that's just all dead frog, dead sole, dead bar, dead whatever, you know. And see, in order for this cartilage that's sucked up under here, well, you see how rounded it is. Let me do an annotate.
Linda, can I
Yeah.
ask something?
Yeah.
This particular horse, would it be beneficial for this horse to have boots and soak the thing that you did with Valor,
Yeah,
with
yeah.
socks and water and everything?
Oh yeah, probably, but you're also going to have to grow some hoof on here, because you see its cartilage here. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm looking. Okay, this is the center. Okay, between the bulbs, and this is the exterior, the side. Okay, now this is all supposed to be like this.
Yeah.
About like that. That's how much that foot has been pulled down and under. See, this is all supposed to be up here, probably up like this. Okay, so obviously he's missing a lot of capsule here. You see, so that capsule, but it's all bound up, and he looks like he has, if I remember right, it looks like he even has heels. Like
Yes,
so.
it does look like he has heels.
Okay,
She has heels. Yeah.
But he's actually missing this much hoof
The whole
cap.
back of his foot, her foot.
Yeah.
You got me calling her a he now.
Oh, well, see, and so all this stuff here, this is just all dead something or other holding the foot here. Could be periopal for all I know, you know, or I'm not sure, you know, what it is. I know that the periopal has to have taken over here to bind the foot and hold it together, you know. So You have to have you. That's why it never works when they come in and they lower these heels like that, trying to make it look like a normal foot, because it's not.
Well, see, that foot, you could actually do that with that foot, which I, have not done. But that is the one foot that you could actually rasp off that flare and drop that heel, and it would look quite normal, right?
But it wouldn't
On
react
the
that way.
inside, it would be horrid.
Yeah. And so that's why you have to have that dental impression material, see, to support this foot, to support, even if things aren't right, when you're correcting this and removing this stuff, to support this foot up here. Because if you try and drop it down, well, the foot wants to be up here anyway, but all this anatomy that's forced in here is shoving this joint forward. So somehow you have to start being able to release this without lowering it, and you have to give it support, and it has to have moisture so that it can release this and grow this, grow some wall in. It's not I mean, Denise, why don't you share what you did, if you don't mind?
Sure. That horse rotated between 10 and 12 degrees, just to let you know. So I would say she was even more rotated, but all I did was follow. Do you see the line where you've got what I would say good lamina connection at the, right about there. So I kept that line in mind, but really I just worked on the back of the foot. I didn't touch her sole below the coffin bone for probably 4 to 6 weeks. She was trimmed every 2 weeks. I cleaned out her frog, a healthy frog, tons of frog just kept exfoliating.
Kept coming out. Was
and I
it really
did
shoved up there, right?
Yep, I did reset her heels though, because her heels, it was just like every time I went to them, she had these extra long heels. So I went just above 2 inches and just kind of like a feel, I guess, right? You just kind of went, okay, I think that's enough. Because you were going to cast and put dental impression in, I felt safe that she was going to have support. So let's say if I did take a little bit too much off, if I was to not put the cast and dim on in her foot, I could, I had that protection, I guess. And I always looked for, on when you guys talked about that when you stop doing the dim and the casting, I just always checked her. I would go and I would do a light trim, and again, mostly on the frog. And I did take off the periope off the back, and I did reset her heels. And when her sole was ready to exfoliate, I would take a little bit of that all off, and I just beveled the kind of what I call the crappy capsule. Like, it's done. It just needs to grow off. So I just beveled her fairly good, but she always looked like she had a flipper foot. And so that was kind of like every 2 weeks. And then we moved it to 3 weeks. And I kept checking, could she walk sound? She was sound with the dim and the casting after about 2 to 3 weeks. Then when I did my trim, I would say, okay, now.
Cast all 4 feet?
Nope, just the 2 front.
Okay. Did you
Yep.
put anything in the back feet? Any dim
Nope.
or any clay or anything?
No, I just
Okay.
trimmed those following tack. So
Okay,
she did, it looks like it was biochemical, because all 4 feet kind of had let go, is what I said. The back there was no rotation in the back, but there was definitely changes in the back.
Okay.
But she was very unsound, but she always had improvement or the same after I trimmed her and cast and dim. Until eventually she was just sound before and sound after. But the owners were so determined, and this is what I think made the difference. If that horse threw off a cast, because it's so frustrating, that horse was either put in the stall so she wasn't moving around, but within 12 hours, they would have a new cast put on and new dental impression. And I think that's what allowed this horse to recover at the rate that she did.
Wow, that's
Just,
awesome.
yeah. And because now when I work with other horses, if they're not willing to get that cast on really quickly, it just starts the lever, like it's not a strong enough foot and it just pulls
Right.
apart again.
Okay.
So for the dim, I use mustard right now, soft. And if your copper sulfate is changing it, you could always just put the copper sulfate on before and not mix it into your dental impression material. And I've also soaked horses' feet with the casting and the dim on because it's a lesser of two
Okay.
evils. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
It's like, I know you're sacrificing a little bit of, possibly maybe some microorganisms growing in there. But the support you're giving to the foot outweighs that, at least in my mind. That's my personal opinion on that.
Okay. Now, did you back the toes up at all?
Yeah, I
before you
took,
cast?
I want to say, I just went to the white line and a really strong bevel because it's such a flipper, right? Like it's so
Right. Like the
hanging out
fronts are
there.
worse. If you look at the front x-rays, you can see
Yeah.
how bad they're
Yeah.
slippery.
So but what I said in my mind, and I really talk to myself when I'm trimming, I said, I just need to keep this out of the way. I don't want to necessarily set a boundary. I want to follow what she has until she's healed on the toe. And then the sole underneath the coffin bone was like kind of oozy a little bit. So I just waited. I kept that, I put some copper sulfate on that. And then I just waited until that sole would allow me to, like even rub it off type thing. But I really didn't focus. I more thought about, I just got to keep that toe out of the way and a strong bevel, but to the white line until she got more sound. And the frog started looking healthier and her heels looked healthier and the sole in her heels looked healthier. Then I started going through the white line at the dorsal and at the toe and toe quarters and started slowly exfoliating whatever sole she'd let me in the sole that we were talking about today. And now the
Okay.
other day I trimmed her. She has this great sole ridge and she still is folded a little bit, but the owners are really doing the trimming. So they're doing awesome. But yeah, she's out in the field ripping and tearing and she's on pasture and she's all shiny capsules and I should take pictures and share it. But
Oh, please do. Can I,
yeah.
When you put the dim on, like this girl's front hoof, there's no, like, the wall does not even extend down past the sole in the toe. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So if I'm
Yep.
going to put dim on, was it you who posted about using the 1-inch casting material to make
Yeah.
a ridge?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you do
Risa
that with
told me
her?
about doing that. Yes, that is what I did originally. And then it was really cool, the progression, because we did the 1-inch rim of casting so that I could get more support underneath the coffin bone with the dim. So I could get a thicker layer of dim. And then we did another cast all over. Then eventually we didn't have to, again, just the progression was really interesting. We didn't have to do that rim anymore. And I could just put the dental impression in supporting her frog, her heels, and it really didn't even go up to the coffin bone. And then I just casted her foot and she was sound with that. She didn't need the extra cushioning underneath her coffin bone.
Okay.
And then we'd even do the odd time if it was really late and the owners, not me, but the owners, they just needed to cast her. Sometimes they would eliminate even putting dim in. And then eventually we went to glue on shoes with her, but they were difficult to stay on. You could just stay with the casting until your horse walks away sound. In 24 hours, when we tried that, if in 24 hours she showed any unsoundness, immediately dim and casting till next trim. And then the next trim, we found that, then she lasted. And then there was just a time when she said my foot's healed enough and I can hold it together without the support. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. And you switched out casts every 2 weeks?
Well, no, well, yeah, our goal was always to have them stay on for 2 weeks. People talk about 4 weeks, but those are few and far between for me.
2 weeks and I'm lucky, right? Because I don't want to pull them tight. I don't want to bind the hoof any more than it's already bound.
No, I have a video on how I did it, and I now, because the owner put them on dry, and I've kind of switched to putting them on dry now. I think, Linda, you put yours on dry too.
I put these on dry too. It's way easier than putting them on wet. Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes it depends. Sometimes a difficult horse, I just have a split amount of time, and I have to wet it first because she's only going to hold the foot up for a certain amount of time, and I can't even get a spray on. So anyways, no, that doesn't matter. But I do have a video and some kind of progression of that horse on my, I think I have a Facebook page, YouTube channel. But I don't have very much. Does that help?
It does help a lot. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Linda, that's the dental impression material that I used on Dolly, and it works very, very well.
There, I sent some like this is medium soft. You can get soft, medium, more firm. Thank you, Denise, for sharing that. That's really great what you did and what you learned.
Denise, are you still there?
Yeah.
Whenever you put that 1 inch around to make the rim.
Yes.
I don't even know how to ask this. Do you rocker that at the toe or at all? I mean, I worry that if I'm going to make that, rim around the sole and then I put the cast over there, that I'm totally increasing the breakover point. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Can I say something about that?
Please do.
Yes.
Okay, do not worry about breakover.
Okay.
For this reason, this is something I learned. Okay. I always worried about that too. And I'm sure that's what led me to failure in years past, because something I learned was that even if the toe shoots out forward, what it's going to do is, remember that coffin bone is bent back, right?
Right.
Okay, so what that long toe does, it actually keeps it held forward while the back of that foot is unfolding, and it will actually pull the front of that coffin bone and that foot out forward while the back is being pulled out. Yeah, it will absolutely do that. And that's why, especially if you have a big old laminar wedge in there where nothing's
can you take
flowing.
a look at that front x-ray for me, Linda, to, I can't remember.
I mean, that's what I found out. Okay, like the only reason that I went backwards last time is because I did not continue to use that support for that very short period of time. I was in a rush and I was like, because this is labor intensive to the max. Oh my God. And so I just, I was like tired, and had a lot to do. And I was like, I should be all right for a couple days. No, she wasn't. Okay. That foot them heels just sucked right around for her trying to support. It's structural. The foot wants to pull up, so it just pulls those heels in like that, and then it's just like an ingrown toenail. Because I remember I got into that foot and I was like, how did the buttress get clear into the frog? Because her heels were totally spread out. She was totally released for the first time. Her cartilages, I mean, it was unbelievable what was going on. And then all of a sudden it was an about face. And I was like, what the heck happened here? And so then like I said, a month later, and I'm sorry, I keep, spacing people's names and stuff, but anyway, the one gal that had trimmed out the heels on her friend's horse, and then, it made heels like in 3 days. And that's when I learned, aha, that's what happened to my poor pony. See? So good thing her name is Walk Away Jackie, because, you know, let's see here. So what were we going to look at?
If
Okay.
you wouldn't mind, you need to scroll up.
Okay, I
And then
lost you.
I would like you to look at the right front X-ray.
Okay.
That's
That's it.
the left front.
Oh, left front. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the left hind. That's the right front.
This says,
Yeah,
this says, oh yeah, right front. They tell right here. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. What did you want me to see?
I guess I wanted you to take a look at that toe and see if you thought I should do anything to it before I put the next cast on.
Not much.
Okay,
I don't know. What do you think, Denise? Because see, I would want it to still have some leverage right here, pulling this all forward.
see, that's a whole totally new way to look at it.
Yeah, I know. It was hard for
So-
me to swallow.
So even if I do the 1 inch cast around that with the dim first and then. How interesting. So it's not gonna, because I want to point at my screen and it's not gonna help. I mean, that'll make the toe even a half an inch long out more further in the front at
Yeah.
least, right?
You can't, yeah, and that's what Linda was talking about, that you can't think about that. It's about supporting the back, and she will, so that she can heal. Because if she's in a pain cycle, you need to break the pain cycle. And so the 1 inch addition was only to get more dim underneath that coffin bone. Now, is she sore in that foot?
That's probably the one that she doesn't want to bear weight on the most.
So is it
So
the
do you think
sole
she
that
needs
that's
the-
hurting?
I
Do you know?
haven't the faintest idea.
Okay, so you could try just doing straight casting all over the bottom. Keep it level for now, because eventually, I mean, you can do things like I'll double it up over the heels just to give them more heel elevation, but I did not do it for that rotated horse. I just did it equal all the way
Okay.
around the lip. On the bottom, I probably only got 2 or 3 coverings on the bottom. She would even start wearing through that. And if you have improvement on soundness for that, you may get away with the rim, because again, like Linda, is this ever hard work? And it's labor intensive. And if you have to do 2 casts, you got a big job ahead. So try it with the dim and the 1, and just keep it level. And don't even think, bevel that to the white line. Just keep your rules and your boundaries in your head.
Okay.
Bevel that toe to the white line, a good bevel, so that think about getting it out of the way. Doesn't matter that the cast going around it and it's extending it, because you're giving her support in the back and you break the pain, and then she'll just start healing it herself.
Okay, so then just use the dim in the collateral grooves and in the central sulcus of the frog and.
Yeah, and I
cast
go
over
around.
everything.
I go around, like I try to go, if there's any bit of concavity, I see where you've got your sole is
Right.
cracking and stuff. I'd probably I'd try to get the dim up as far as I could. But if you put it on the part of the sole that is level with your capsule, it's just going to squish out, and it's going to
Right,
stretch your
okay.
cast, and it's going to make a mess. And it just loosens the cast, and then it falls off in 2 days. So you want to get that dim as flat as possible, as far all over the bottom of the foot, but also filling up the back. And
See,
then
that's
put
why I
your
like
cast
the
on.
clay, because I can set it on the ground and it all
Yeah.
squishes out, and then I can, but
But
I'll let
it's-
you know how that goes. This is
Okay.
the first time I cast her with the clay, so I just got tired of it. My dental impression material wouldn't set up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I sent that to you,
I did
picture
see
of
it.
that
Oh, okay. I
to
did
you
copy the
there.
address down.
And that
Thanks.
that I got there is medium soft.
Okay.
And
And
it makes us good. Like I'll just take I just knead it together like you would clay, and
right. Well, what I have is the same thing. It's the Epona brand and it has never gotten hard and I don't know why. Maybe it's just a bad batch. I don't know.
Could be, maybe they're, one of whatever you call it. Oh, I don't
So,
know. I can't think of anything.
Denise, what firmness of the mustard would you recommend?
I think right now I have soft.
Okay.
I might have
So
had
you guys
medium.
are going soft or soft medium. I was trying to like.
I
Okay.
never, it was kind of like what was on sale. That sounds bad, but I
No,
never
it doesn't
found,
sound bad. This is a long-term
and it's expensive.
investment.
And I just didn't find, I certainly wouldn't go to a firm one, but I went on the
Right.
softer side. And so I didn't find changing that made a difference. I just think when you've got, it's kind of filling in that dental impression material. I believe it's the casting, but I may be wrong on that. Certainly the dim is really, really, really important, but I think of it as like a vice grip or a C-clamp or a hose clamp that I'm holding her capsule together and saying, okay, now you heal. I'll hold on to this for you. And now you do the rest. You start growing a new healthier capsule.
Right. Oh, so when it firms up, is it hard or is it still soft? Like
It's pretty firm. Like I think of it as like when I've had it done for a mold in your teeth. Like it's firm. It feels like frog to me.
Oh, okay, okay. I
That's
just didn't
what
know if it
I-
was supposed to get like rock hard. Mine is just
No.
always gushy. It doesn't get rock hard. It's more sort
Yeah,
of
it
like
should be.
like a silicone, like
Yes.
call
Yes.
it caulking type deal.
Silicone. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, good. Thank
Okay.
you.
I'm gonna show you a picture. Okay. Now I had, let me see when this is. Okay, to show you where I was going and where I was at and how it's similar to, let me first find this other picture that we were looking at last week of the cartilage. Just a minute here.
Hey Denise, have you ever had to remove the fiberglass casting material, or have you just found it falls off and
Oh,
is your
no.
friend that way?
I've had to
Thanks for
remove it.
bringing that up. That was one of my
Yeah.
other questions.
Okay, so I use nippers and I
Okay.
actually go, depending on what type of horse I'm dealing with. If it's a horse that is not going to let me hold its foot up long, both behavior or soreness, I will try to break off or with my nippers as much as right down to the ground. And if I can get, no, I don't focus on the toe. I focus on the heel region. And if I could get that loose and I lift up her foot, and if I could get 2 or 3 nips down her heel, following the nippers falling down her heel, then I can just bend it forward and flip it off. I hope that makes sense.
Okay,
Yeah,
yes, that
I
makes
understand what you're-
perfect. That's what I
Yeah.
was hoping could be done. but
You're
I didn't
looking
know if
for the
it could or not.
crevices
Yes.
to take advantage of that, and then the leverage
Yes.
to break it off.
Yes. Yep. And then it should just slip off. But I tried it with my knife and that I just went to nippers and
Yeah,
that
there's
works.
no way.
Yeah, that works great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the little pony feet are so they're way harder to me to trim and mess with than the horse feet.
Yeah, because you can't put them kind of between your legs and get the
No,
leverage.
you can't,
Yeah,
and it's
so
really
you have
hard
to-
to roll the cast or
Yeah.
unroll the cast because, you don't have both hands to use.
Yeah, I've used a Dremel with the little grinding tool, but
Oh, that's a good idea.
unfortunately, well, I kind of get into a capsule too, though, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, I just didn't know whether it was worth it. But sometimes, yeah, I just have to say it's so important to get it off.
Right.
Do a tweak, like I call it tweaking trim, but a short trim, and then reset. So.
Okay. Now, should I soak while these casts are on? Linda, what's your advice on getting this hoof capsule opened up? Or should I worry about this until this laminitic episode is over?
Well, I guess you can soak them.
Yep. I soak with
You know, you
cast on.
soaked them. Okay, see, I've
Yep.
never soaked with casts on, so I don't
Yeah.
know. That's why I'm having you talk to
Yeah.
Denise. I'm shoving
What
it
do you
off on
soak
her.
with, Denise?
Just
When
water.
it works, she said it.
Okay.
That's water, but we didn't have to soak very much because it naturally keeps the bottom of the foot somewhat
Right.
moist.
Yeah.
Unless you're in a really, really, really dry situation, I think you'll find that the foot will keep moist. I think
Okay.
your horse will just love the support. Once the leverage, you take that, you think every time they're putting their foot down and you got inflamed lamina and it's just going rip, rip, rip. The minute you get that cast and within like a day or two, you break that pain cycle, she should start feeling better.
Okay. Great.
Denise, may I
Yes.
ask you also something? May I miss the instruction? But the calf and bone is tipping forward, huh?
Mhm.
Is rotating. So and the foot is binding inward. And do you trim out the frog and all that stuff, or I
Yes.
think I missed
Yes.
that instruction. So
I would.
otherwise the DIM would not make sense to me.
Yeah, I was like I did what I called an aggressive trim if I was going to not cast a foundered horse. So I took off. I tried the first time I couldn't get to live healthy frog because she was just getting rid of the stuff that had died due to the laminitis and then founder. So I would go as far as I could. And then I like chalky sole in the seat of the corn region, resetting her heels, taking periopal off because I knew I was going to get the cast on. And I knew these owners were so good that they were not going to let this horse go very long if the cast came off. I needed to have that security because I said to them, I'm trimming this horse that she must have external support. And if you don't give it to her, her foot could just fall apart on you. So I did. I was, I would, in my head, I was saying, I'm taking off more if I was, I was taking off more than I would if I was going to leave her barefoot. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense to me. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
What are we looking at, Linda?
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. Okay, because folks, I'm sorry, but I just do not have all the answers for, especially in this regard. But I'm learning more all the time, and that stuff that Denise that you just shared, that helps me a lot. What you said about the support, and that is where I failed on what I did. And so I'm going to share a bit of that with you. So in this situation, okay, we had somebody new. I'm sorry if I can't remember your name right offhand. Okay, but anyway, so when she trimmed this, I freaked out and stuff because I'm thinking, well, my goodness, what's this going to do to their tendons and everything else, right? And so anyway, I asked her, it was just a misunderstanding, you know what I mean? New and stuff like that. And so anyway, within 2 days, the horse had made its own heel. Do you see the difference in the angle of the pastern? We shared this last week. Look at how nice and straight the cartilages were, not rounded out at all. Okay, but they would have been up here. See, up here. And so that's where they want to be. Uh-oh.
Are you
Oh my God, I gotta find this
right
person.
here?
Just a minute. Oh, I gotta mute this person. Hold on just a minute. Whoever it was.
This
I'm
is
gonna
Marion.
find you. Huh?
This
Was
is
it
Marion.
you?
No,
Oh,
Marion.
sorry.
Marion.
Oh, somebody's car went off there. That probably sounds like me at Walmart. Where is my car? Beep, 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 beep. Oh, there she is. That was funny. Okay, let me go back here to this. Okay, so I learned this a month, like, okay, I know those heels curl in, right? How exactly that happens, I was still unsure of till this. And so I asked her to take pictures of what happened over the next 3, 4, 5 days. And so this is like second or third day, third or fourth, fifth day, something like that. All right, so you see here that right away it looks like this horse has created heels, doesn't it? But look at the difference in the shape of the cartilage. Okay, what's happening? It was pulled down here. Now it's curling in and it is lifting up the foot. Do you see that? You see that? Is everybody
Yes,
looking at
yes,
that?
Yeah,
Look
yes.
at the
I see
long
that.
and flat.
Yeah,
That's
Look at how it's-
astounding.
curled in. Yeah.
Okay, now look at the difference over here. Even more curled up, and here it looks like it has heel, doesn't it? But it's the same foot. It has not grown any heel at all.
Hmm.
This cartilage pulled down, curled in. This horse pulled the side wall in, this part right here, under the foot, and it lifted up the whole back of the foot.
And that exactly looks like what a natural trimmer would call development of heel bulbs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so I didn't learn this until a month after I had this debacle with my pony. Okay, so I'm going to show you a picture of, see, I saw where her feet are so freaking bound, okay, to where all of this is pulled down in and the x-ray looks a lot like on the pony that we've been looking at. Okay, and so okay, so let me go find that picture now, keeping this in mind. All right, see, a foot, this would not have happened. Let's say we took this foot and we elevated it up and we supported it with DIM, then it would not have done this and this here, because the foot would have been up where it wants to be. See, everything in that foot is pulling it up. All right, and as it pulls it up, it's curling this underneath and around and in. So let me show you this this picture. Let's see. May I say something? No. Who was that? Somebody
I think it was Jackie. I
Okay,
think it
no,
says,
not right now, please. Not right now, please. Okay. Not to be mean or anything, but please, no, not right now, and quit drawing on the screen. All right. Stop it. You can say something when I'm done. All right. I don't mind at all, but right now I'm in a focus mode. And okay. See, and plus I've got that energy drink in me. So anyway, all right. So all right. So let me now share this deal right here. So this is my laminated pony's foot. You can see how much the cartilage and the whole foot is bound. You see that? This is the x-ray, which is way worse than what you've got going on. Do you see that? The huge laminar wedge, a lot of the toe of the coffin bone is worn away. All right. Now, this is what I got the foot to do, because all this is false. All this foot here was false wall, false heel, false sole, false everything. And so I got the foot to expand like this with support, and by trimming out the false wall. You see that? But now look at this foot here, right here, except for that part. See, now this pulled that foot out like that. Now let's go back to this other picture. Just a second here. What the heck happened to my, let's see, new share. Let's go back to here. Okay, you see this foot right here? How it has absolutely no heel? Okay, now I had what looked like heel, but remember, it's false heel. Okay, now let's go back. New share. Come on, stupid thing. Okay, so you see here, this foot here, see how the cartilage is expanded? And in the back, it all widened up and she was doing really great. Now, if I would have kept the foot supported down here, but for a couple of days, I didn't. How long did it take that foot to make heel? Couple days, right? So when I did not support this foot, what happened was it curled back in. And like I said, I learned this a month afterwards. It curled back in and it bound up again. And so I had to start to wait, let her establish, and start over to unbind the foot. But you see how bound this is, all this anatomy pushing up into the coffin joint, which rotates the foot down over time. But see, one thing we know is that even without a coffin bone, if you can reestablish the whole back of the foot, the horse can run around all over the place. And we know that from Angelique's. Who is that guy? If you're still there, the horse that lost its whole coffin bone and he regrew the capsule and the whole thing, and the horse runs all over the place. See? So this is her worst foot right here. Okay, and so when these horses rotate clear up into the coronary band groove, it is really, you cannot just grow that wall back down like this. And so anyway, that's what I was trying to do, is restore the back of the foot and then correct the toe, not worry about the toe. Okay, so anyway, that's kind of what went on there in that situation. Okay. So does that explain anything there? Is anybody there?
Linda, we are speechless.
Oh. What do you think, Denise?
So I do know that they do respond really, they can fall off the cliff, I call it, when you stop the support and if the rest of the foot isn't ready to take on that job. But I did want to add, when you were talking about when I was going through this, it was your research and your teaching that I just kept to my head, and I didn't let the distortion dupe me. And I always kept clear the internal anatomy, because you had the x-ray. So you're like, I know where things are. Now I need to let the new capsule grow without the old stuff interfering with it. So, so yeah, I do know it really can unravel quickly. And that's why with these owners who just stayed persistent with it, I don't want to say that, you know, the horse wouldn't have never recovered, but it allowed her to recover. I would think she was out of any type of support within 7 months. So, but it was your teaching, right? It's not being duped by the distortion once the event has happened. So thank you for that. You saved the horse. I just did the work.
Well,
and the owners.
I'm just hoping I can get back to where I was with Jackie, because she was just doing so great. I want you to look, you know, the picture I just showed you, you know, of how the cartilage is extended. So here is an example of what doing that, what I did how it worked. See, this was on 9/9/22, and this is on 10/5, just about a month later. I want you to see what happened to the back of the foot.
That's astounding.
Wow.
I mean, just looking at it is amazing. I was wondering if you had any measurements.
No.
That's astounding.
It's a Shetland pony foot.
I know, it's teeny tiny.
But here's the thing, they
That's
aren't as small as
amazing.
what we think. That's the whole thing. It's because they're bound
Right.
that they look teeny tiny. In reality, they're quite much bigger than you know, I could see that her foot was a lot bigger than what I had ever thought. See?
That's
So
so
this is when you
inspiring.
were-
Thank you for sharing it.
That's when you were doing your dim and casting, the
Yes.
bottom picture, and then is she back to the top picture now? Is that what happened after
No.
you? Oh,
Well, no, she kind of did a different thing because before she was just, you see how pulled down
yes.
she is? Okay, it was mostly pulled down and under. What happened here was it literally wrapped around in like that to where
okay.
the buttress that was right here, or what was starting to be the buttress, literally curled in clear to a frog. See, and I couldn't figure out what the heck, why is that buttress clear over here? But now, due to what we learned, just a minute here, if I can find this, what we learned here, okay, what I learned here, then I was able to understand what happened, you know, and so that made me realize even more why we need that support. So we know on this horse that what happened here with this was that it just got pulled in towards the frog, and as it got pulled in towards the frog, it lifted up the foot and it bent the cartilage down. See? So you know, now I've started the process over again and she is doing real well. And I've also started to work on the back feet. See, because I was just so involved with the front feet, I just kept trimming the back feet up. But they also had problems, but not like the front feet. Like I could show you the x-rays. Let me find the x-rays on all 4 feet. See, now on the pony, this is what I did. I figured if this 1/3, 2/3 thing was the truth, that's how I trimmed that pony. I just used those measurements, 1/3, 2/3, right? And so then I didn't know that the back of the heels were being trimmed out and that distance was getting shorter. And so then when I would measure it on the occasion and then divide it in half and then take that from the apex of the frog forward, I was like, oh, my toe is getting long. So you back up the toe, right? Well, the back of the foot is coming in and the front of the foot is coming back, and her foot's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And she wound up with this little tiny, teeny foot that finally could not be contained. And like the stress ball burst out. And that's when you get laminitis.
Yeah.
See? And so that's what happens to these ponies. Their feet grow at the same rate, but they're way smaller. And so it's way more foot, technically, you know, because of the smaller size, but the same growth rate. Let me find
So
the X.
Linda,
What?
I'll start taking measurements.
Okay.
You know, I really stink at all this technical stuff, but I can crawl on my hands and knees with a ruler and I can write them down. So maybe
Okay.
over time, you know, if I get this heel, you know, these feet to expand, we can come up with some semblance of some normal measurement, or at least we'll have something to go by.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Um,
Once we get a normal uh
well,
pony foot, you
from
know,
your mouth
like
to God's ears.
what is the true size of a
Yeah,
pony
that's
foot?
a good question, isn't it?
Oh,
Now-
just you know, that horse that I worked with, it is more upright. Its capsule is more upright now.
Okay.
So it just, so there was changes, but just as long as you're following the boundaries and tack, like all the, you know, rasping through, I would go through the white line at the toe and to the white line at the toe quarters and put the boundaries in for quarters, make the nubby, I call it nubby, but exfoliate whatever sole, flat at the heel, like all that applied to it. It just really, it was whatever that foot was able to exfoliate or move at that time. But she
At that
is got a
time.
steeper, she is, which is more to me anatomically correct. It was almost like I said, it was like her foot was as better now than it was
Mhm.
before.
She-
It was
yeah,
like she
that's
had
great,
she
yeah.
is like she had a total reset.
Huh.
And because this happened, she got so much support. Her new capsule grew in better than it was before. Gives me goosebumps.
See, that's great.
Yeah.
You know,
I
maybe
think maybe-
one of these days you could share some pictures.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
I did give an update one time, but I'm not too much involved with her anymore. The owners have really taken over, but I did see her the other day and she looked really good. I'll get some pictures from them and show you. But I mean, watching her rip and tear in the field is probably the most exciting part. But yeah, I'll show you what the foot looks like.
Okay,
Again, it is still bound, but
hold on
it-
a second. Okay, I think that's great. I would like to share your chart, and I think it's wonderful, Jackie, but not right this minute. She did, I do want to share that. She did a wonderful chart to chart your horse's foot that I think everybody should have.
Can you post that on the,
she's a sharp cookie.
can you post that on the site, Linda?
Yeah, Jackie, can you do that?
Thank
What's she
you.
saying there? Yes.
Yes.
She's a stinker, I'm telling you. We're back. You're welcome.
So Linda, what do you think about the more upright hoof angles? I'm starting to think they should be a little more upright than what
I
we
do
see.
too. But I want to show you this real quick. Now, this is before she had laminitis. Okay, this is when I had totally trimmed her heels out, but she looks like she has heels. But look
I
at
think
how
you have to new
oh,
new
okay,
share.
new share. Okay, this is before it turned into laminitis. Okay, you look at how those cartilages are pulled down and clear under her foot. Look at the thickness of the periopal band. Okay, now Bracy Clark has a drawing of horses' feet that are supposed to be considered normal that look just like this. And so the periopal is clear under here and covering her whole frog. But of course, at this time, who would know, right? And so you can only bind those feet so much till some event happens and all this cartilage and everything else is going to want to burst out. See? So this is before full-blown rotating laminitis, everything like that. Barefoot trimming induced, technically. Let me find this other. Okay, I'll show you her x-rays. Just a minute here. And every kind of shape under the sun. Let's see here. I got the x-rays here somewhere. There's the front. Hold on. Okay, I think I got them here. Let's see, new share. Okay. No, I think that's you. Just a second here. I got too many windows open. Hold on. Crying out loud. I got a dozen windows open. Just a second. What is
We're
that?
running out of the power 5 hours drink. We're crossing the 5 hours.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to show you. I will show you this X-ray and then we'll be done. Just a minute here. Let me close that. Okay, let me close that one. That one. That one. No, I don't want to save you. Well, I've lost everybody. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Almost done. Okay, screen share. Pictures. Okay. Okay, I finally found it. There we go. Okay, so these X-rays you'll be able to relate to then. Second. Okay, so this is the left front. Just a minute. Left front. And of course, I can't find anything here. Left front. That's the right front. See now, looking at that, do you really think that's what it looks like inside? See? This is just to compare. I think this is somebody else's.
Linda, that X-ray, that view with the X-ray superimposed on top of the hoof, that's really awesome.
Yeah, like, but you know, like, what do you do with that? Because once, see, this was the dilemma I felt myself in. Once that foot is so rotated, and this is what they say, once it's rotated up into the coronary band, there's no fixing. That's what they say. See,
Yeah, but who are they?
well, yeah, who are
You've
they?
already proven to yourself that they don't really know what they're talking about.
Yeah,
Right.
and
So
of course there's lots we don't know.
exactly.
You know, you know, most of the time this pony walks around faster than me, you know, unless she gets destabilized, and then she'll go through a period of soreness for like a week and a half till she stabilizes again, you know. So what am I supposed to do? Just kill her? You know, she's happy enough and stuff. She doesn't trot, she doesn't run, but she walks faster than me and pulls me around. What am I supposed to do? You know, I'm the one that screwed her up by following barefoot trimming. You know, I feel that I owe it to her to try and fix her, to try and help her. you know, and now we're just getting to a place where we're understanding what might actually do it. You know, you saw how her cartilage is expanded, you know, and if it wasn't for the fact that I hadn't supported her with DIM for just a few days, God knows where we'd be right now. You know, she probably would be running around. So I'm not going to give up on this pony as long as she doesn't lay down at all, hardly ever. If she was laying down all the time, okay, like you know how you see some of these laminated horses when they are in real pain, they lay down all the time. She has never done that. Not through all of this has she ever done that. You know, so, and she's never, ever walked with a laminitic walk. So, as long as she is in that good a shape, I'm not about to put her down. And I have learned so much. I learned about foot binding from this pony. Say that the foot can be bound. I didn't learn that from Valor, you know, or any place else. I learned it here from her. Trying to figure out what the heck is going on with this horse. You know, why is this happening? So anyway, it goes to show too, that the coffin bone is not the end all. We're learning that it's not the end all, that these horses can still be restored to a good deal of functionality even without it. We know that from that Greek pony that lost her coffin bone. So there you go. All right. Well,
I was the one that posted a while, probably sometime last week, that, you know, I have actually seen coffin bones restored to their original shape once they've ski tipped. So God willing, somewhere down the road, I can't get permission to share those x-rays. So, you know, whatever.
Okay.
God willing, one day I'll have some of my little pony girls to share with you.
Yeah. Yeah. And I hope so too, to have here on Jackie Pony.
There you
know?
go.
So there you go. All right. Well, anyway, I can't, yeah, we've gone a little while. So I guess we will turn it off. How's that sound? Are you up late over there?
It's only a 3/4 marathon. What the heck?
What the heck? Who cares? Oh, well.
3/4 marathon.
We're learning a lot, you know, and stuff. I mean, we're wading through years, hundreds of years of error and countless deaths. You know, so if we sit here for 5 hours,
what the heck?
You know, what the heck? You know, we're learning. May I ask something? What? What do you want to ask?
Go for it, Jackie.
Go for it.
Okay, everybody. Somebody was talking about how hard it is to walk on their pony's feet to put the stuff on them. Well, my donkey is the hardest to mess with, to trim his hooves or anything. He won't stay still. He will lean on you. So I have to put a rope underneath his ribs, tie it to the fence, tie his leg to the fence, and then tie his hind back leg on the opposite where the fence is to this, and then he'll stay still and won't have problems.
I bet he will.
But we don't have any problems from that, and he's okay.
Okay.
I simply meant that all the farrier tools are too large to get into all these little nooks and crannies that I want to get into. Fortunately, I can crawl underneath my girl and she doesn't do anything but stand still. So, but thank you for sharing. If I need to tie her up, I know how to do it now.
Yeah, you're welcome. And somebody said that they had laminitis. Well, if you soak those hooves in copper sulfate, it can calm down the pain in the interfoot and help grow new hoof.
Yeah, copper is supposed to be good for inflammation, I heard. So, well, thanks, Jackie.
I'm not done yet.
Okay.
So when I do it, I do 1 part copper, 1 part Epsom salts, and a full bucket of water. Mix it all together and use that to soak all 4 hooves.
Okay.
Now
Thank
I'm
you.
done.
I've used Epsom salts, but I've never used like copper sulfate in the water, but I've heard a lot of good things about copper in general and copper sulfate. So thank you. Okay. Well,
You're
girls,
welcome.
Thank you for your time, Linda. Today, that
Thank
Hey.
was
you,
awesome.
Linda. Thank you, Denise. Thank you,
Welcome.
everybody.
Thank you,
Thank
everybody.
you.
goodbye, all you diehards.
Bye.
Goodbye. Good
Not so much
morning to some
afternoon.
people. Good
Good
afternoon
morning.
to some others.
It's morning now.
No, to us is night.
It's
It's
Okay.
night.
12,
It's 11 o'clock.
12 o'clock
It's 11
at the
o'clock.
night.
Yeah.
So somebody
Angelica,
else is,
1 hour
yes,
forward.
yeah.
So
So
we're going to sleep now, Angelica. Yeah, we're sleeping
have
very
a
well
nice
then.
time from now on. And next time, maybe next year, maybe we should start. I don't know, a bit earlier or a bit later for everybody.
Okay.
And
can
we
do
go
that.
about 6 hours per
I'm
Zoom.
flexible.
Yeah.
For me, it's a good
Okay,
time.
have a nice time. Have perfect
Hey,
and
you're all
happy.
just a wonderful bunch of people, and thank you
Have a
for
beautiful
hanging in there.
back trim, everybody, and we'll see each other next Tuesday.
It sounds good. Bye, everybody.
Bye
Bye.
now.
Bye.
Bye.